What if some of the greatest structures ever built were left unfinished, not because the builders ran out of time or resources, but because they were abandoned for reasons we can't understand? Imagine standing before the Great Pyramid of Giza, or the massive temples at Machu Picchu, both monumental in scale yet somehow incomplete. You're gazing at structures that defy the conventional timeline of human achievement, yet they stand as silent witnesses to a time long past. Why were they left in a state that suggests something grander was intended, but never realized? From the moment humankind began to build, we've left behind remnants of our ambition. Some of the most awe-inspiring creations, the grandest of them all, were left unfinished, some of them left standing for thousands of years as symbols of something far greater than ourselves. As the modern world advanced and our technologies improved, the fascination with these unfinished megastructures grew. Were these marvels of construction victims of their time, or were they abandoned by choice, leaving us with clues of a lost, unknown civilization or a forgotten technology? Take the Great Pyramid of Giza, for instance. As one of the most iconic structures in the world, its design and construction continue to mystify engineers, architects, and archaeologists alike. Standing at 481 feet tall, this monument to ancient Egyptian ingenuity was built with an exacting precision that would be difficult to replicate even with our current technology. But what if there's more to it than we know? Some theorists suggest that the pyramid was part of a larger, more ambitious complex, a plan that was abruptly halted. Could it be that the Egyptians abandoned their grand vision due to a sudden crisis, political upheaval, or perhaps something even more catastrophic? These theories open up a Pandora's box of possibilities, and it's not just the pyramids that hold secrets. Across the world, from the peaks of the Andes to the deserts of Egypt, unfinished monuments stand, silently challenging our understanding of ancient civilizations. In a world that often believes in the simplicity of historical narratives, unfinished structures such as these demand a deeper examination. We tend to view ancient architecture through the lens of what we already know: advanced technologies, sophisticated cultures, and well-documented history. But what if these stories we've been told for centuries are only a fraction of the truth? What if the unfinished monuments are not the remnants of a failed civilization but the markers of a much grander mystery? The structures we see before us, half-built, mysteriously abandoned, or scattered in incomprehensible forms, are silent witnesses to the hidden chapters of human history. Take Machu Picchu, one of the most famous examples of Inca architecture. Built high in the Peruvian Andes, this ancient city stands as a marvel of engineering, with its perfectly cut stones and precise alignment with celestial events. But despite its apparent grandeur, it is also a place of mystery. Why was it left abandoned? And why does its construction seem to have stopped midway, as though the builders had a vision that they never completed? Could it be that the Inca had more in mind than just a royal retreat? Could they have been in the midst of building something far larger, something that would have redefined the landscape of their empire, when their empire suddenly collapsed? Inca temples, when examined closely, also show signs of incompleteness. At Ollantaytambo, the stonework is so perfectly constructed that it's difficult to fathom how it was done without advanced tools or technology. And yet, much of the site remains unfinished, with massive stones left in place, half-carved, and seemingly abandoned. What happened here? Was it political instability, a sudden disaster, or perhaps a loss of ancient knowledge? These are the questions we must ask when confronted with unfinished wonders. Perhaps even more perplexing are the mysteries surrounding the Great Sphinx of Giza. This iconic monument has puzzled experts for centuries. Its body, eroded by time and the harsh desert winds, raises more questions than answers. The conventional view is that it was built during the reign of Pharaoh Khafre, around 2500 BCE. However, the erosion patterns on the Sphinx, which are unusual for a structure exposed to desert conditions, suggest a much older date. Could it have been built thousands of years before Khafre, by a civilization that had access to knowledge far ahead of its time? Was the Sphinx part of a much larger complex that was abandoned, leaving behind only traces of a forgotten age? What if the Sphinx, like the pyramids, was the last remnant of a lost civilization. And then there is the case of Teotihuacan, an ancient city in Mexico that has baffled archaeologists for generations. The city's large pyramids and sophisticated urban planning suggest that its builders had access to knowledge and technologies that were far ahead of their time. Yet, like other ancient sites, Teotihuacan was mysteriously abandoned, its vast pyramids and intricate temples left unfinished. The city's enigmatic history only deepens when we consider the sudden collapse of this once great civilization, as no written records were left behind to explain the reasons for its fall. What if the city's abandonment was not the result of a gradual decline but rather the sudden disappearance of a people who held secrets far beyond our current understanding? These unfinished structures, the pyramids, the Sphinx, Machu Picchu, Teotihuacan, and countless others raise unsettling questions. What if there was a time in history when ancient civilizations reached a peak of technological advancement, only to see it all come crashing down? Could the unfinished nature of these monuments be a symbol of human ambition outpacing its own capabilities? Or could they point to something more profound, the possibility that the knowledge needed to complete these wonders was lost, wiped out by a global catastrophe or the collapse of a civilization far more advanced than we realize? What if the story of human history is not one of linear progress, but of cycles, where knowledge rises to great heights, only to be forgotten, lost, or abandoned, before it is rediscovered by another civilization? Is it possible that we are simply retracing the steps of our ancient ancestors, unaware that we are on the same path they once tread, building and abandoning our own unfinished megastructures? The idea that some of the greatest feats of ancient engineering were left incomplete suggests that we might be facing something beyond simple historical missteps. These unfinished monuments, symbols of human potential and ambition, could hold the key to understanding lost technologies, forgotten civilizations, and the mysterious forces that shaped human history. As we explore these ancient megastructures, we are forced to confront not just the limitations of the past, but also the potential of the future. What will it take to finally unlock the secrets that have been hidden for millennia? Could we ever hope to understand the true purpose of these unfinished wonders? Or are we doomed to merely scratch the surface of a mystery that goes beyond our comprehension? The unfinished nature of these structures is not merely a flaw in their design but a window into the past, an invitation to question everything we thought we knew about the history of human civilization. As we begin this journey into the world of ancient megastructures, we will uncover the astonishing discoveries, the shocking revelations, and the startling implications of these monumental constructions. The clues they leave behind suggest that the history we know is only part of the story. There is so much more waiting to be uncovered, and perhaps, in the end, we will find that the secrets of these unfinished monuments hold the key to unlocking a forgotten chapter of human history, a chapter that could rewrite everything we thought we knew about our ancient ancestors. The concept of ancient megastructures has always intrigued historians, archaeologists, and architects alike. For centuries, civilizations have constructed monuments, cities, and temples that not only reflect their technological prowess but also hint at deeper, often mysterious motivations behind their creation. These colossal constructions, some of which remain unfinished or inexplicably abandoned, leave us with more questions than answers. Were these structures simply the product of ambition, or do they reveal something far more complex about ancient civilizations? One of the most compelling aspects of these structures is their scale. Many of them were designed to be so grand that they seemed to defy the capabilities of their creators. How could ancient people, without the advanced tools and machinery we have today, have managed to build such monumental works? The Great Pyramids of Egypt, for example, are an enigma that continues to captivate the imagination. At 481 feet tall, the Great Pyramid was the tallest man-made structure in the world for over 3,800 years. Yet the precision with which it was built, with each stone perfectly aligned, raises a number of questions. How did the Egyptians achieve such perfection with only rudimentary tools? Was there something more to their methods, something that has been lost to time? The mystery deepens when we consider the Sphinx, which stands in front of the Great Pyramid. The Sphinx's design is highly sophisticated, and the erosion patterns on its body suggest it may be far older than the accepted timeline of Egyptian history. Some theories propose that it was not built by Pharaoh Khafre, as traditionally believed, but by an even earlier civilization whose knowledge and technology were lost over the millennia. The idea that a far older, advanced civilization could have once thrived and then disappeared without leaving a trace is both compelling and unsettling. Could it be that ancient builders knew secrets of construction, astronomy, or energy harnessing that we are only now beginning to understand? Moving beyond Egypt, we come across similar mysteries in other parts of the world. In Peru, the Inca civilization left behind some of the most extraordinary examples of engineering, particularly in sites like Machu Picchu. Built high in the Andes Mountains, Machu Picchu is a stunning feat of architecture and planning. The precision with which the stones were cut, many of which fit so perfectly together that not even a knife blade can fit between them, raises questions about how the Incas were able to accomplish such feats without the benefit of modern tools or machinery. Moreover, the site's layout and alignment with celestial events suggest that the Incas may have had an understanding of astronomy that was far more advanced than previously thought. Yet, like many ancient sites, Machu Picchu was abandoned. Theories about why this magnificent city was left deserted vary widely. Some suggest that it was due to a decline in Inca power following the Spanish conquest. Others argue that the city's abandonment was tied to environmental changes or political instability within the empire. But there are those who believe that the site was left unfinished, that it may have been part of a larger, grander plan that was suddenly interrupted, possibly by a natural disaster, a sudden collapse of knowledge, or the loss of key leaders. What if the Incas had intended to build something even more impressive, but were unable to complete it due to forces beyond their control? Could the structures left behind hold the key to understanding their unfulfilled vision? Across the globe in Mexico, the ancient city of Teotihuacan also leaves behind more questions than answers. Teotihuacan, often referred to as the City of the Gods, is known for its massive pyramids and sophisticated urban design. The Pyramid of the Sun, for instance, is one of the largest pyramids in the world, and its construction remains a mystery. Archaeologists are unsure of how the Teotihuacans managed to move and place the massive stones that make up the pyramid. Even more puzzling is the fact that the city was suddenly abandoned around the 7th or 8th century AD, without any clear explanation. The reasons for its abandonment remain elusive. Some theories suggest that the city was abandoned due to political upheaval or external invasion, while others point to a more catastrophic cause, such as a natural disaster or environmental collapse. What is perhaps most intriguing about Teotihuacan is the fact that, despite the vastness of the city and the scale of its architecture, there are no written records from the Teotihuacans themselves. Unlike the Egyptians, who left behind hieroglyphic texts that have allowed historians to piece together a picture of their civilization, the Teotihuacans left no such clues. This lack of written history makes it even more difficult to understand the true purpose of their massive constructions. What was the significance of the Pyramid of the Sun, and why was it built with such precision and scale? Was the city intended to be a center of power, religion, or knowledge? And why did it remain abandoned for centuries after its construction? The unanswered questions about Teotihuacan, like those surrounding other ancient megastructures, only add to the growing sense that there is much more to ancient history than we have been taught. In a similar vein, the ancient city of Petra in Jordan provides another example of unfinished, abandoned grandeur. Carved into the rock faces of the Jordanian desert, Petra's structures are a marvel of engineering. Yet, like other ancient sites, Petra was eventually abandoned. The reasons for this are not entirely clear. Some scholars suggest that the city's decline was due to changes in trade routes, while others point to natural disasters such as earthquakes or droughts. Whatever the cause, Petra's abandoned cityscape raises an important question: how much of the world's history remains hidden, forgotten, or incomplete? Were there larger, more intricate plans that these ancient peoples simply didn't have the time or resources to complete? The unfinished nature of many of these ancient megastructures raises another fascinating question: were they abandoned by design? Could it be that ancient civilizations, in their quest to build monumental works, intentionally left them unfinished either as part of a larger spiritual or cultural practice? The concept of unfinished buildings or structures as symbolic representations of cycles, life, death, and rebirth is not a new one. In many cultures, the act of leaving something incomplete was thought to invite divine or cosmic intervention. Could it be that these ancient peoples understood something about the natural world or the universe that we are only beginning to grasp? Could their unfinished monuments be part of a ritual, a way to invite the forces of nature or the gods to complete what had been started? Across the world, these mysteries are not isolated. In fact, many ancient civilizations, from the Egyptians to the Maya, the Greeks to the Romans, built structures that, while incredibly impressive, remain incomplete in some form or another. The Parthenon in Athens, for example, was originally intended to have a grander design than what we see today. Similarly, the Colosseum in Rome, while awe-inspiring in its own right, was never fully completed due to various factors, including natural disasters and political instability. In many ways, these unfinished projects reflect the human condition, our drive to create, to build, and to leave a lasting legacy, despite the limitations we face. But what happens when the ambition of a civilization exceeds its capacity, or when an unforeseen event interrupts the flow of history? Perhaps the unfinished megastructures we see today are not simply the remnants of failed projects, but rather glimpses into a lost, untold history. Perhaps these constructions were once part of a grand design that we are only beginning to understand, a design that could rewrite the story of human progress. In many ways, these unfinished structures are a testament to human ambition, but also to the fragility of that ambition. They remind us that even the most powerful civilizations are vulnerable, that even the most grandiose plans can be interrupted, and that some mysteries are meant to remain unsolved. As we continue to study these ancient wonders, we are forced to confront the possibility that there is much more to our past than we have ever known. These unfinished megastructures, standing silently in the deserts, mountains, and jungles of the world, challenge us to look deeper, to question the accepted narrative of history, and to imagine what might have been. Throughout history, humanity has always been fascinated by the remarkable feats of engineering achieved by ancient civilizations. These civilizations, from the Egyptians to the Romans, from the Maya to the Inca, left behind monumental structures that continue to astound us, both in their grandeur and in their mystery. What often sets these structures apart from those of later civilizations is the sheer scale and complexity of the work involved, which seems to exceed the technological capabilities of the time. But there's something even more intriguing about these ancient wonders, the possibility that the builders possessed knowledge or technologies far beyond what we understand today. This idea raises profound questions. Could ancient civilizations have had access to lost technologies that allowed them to achieve what we now believe was impossible? And if so, what happened to this knowledge, and why did it disappear? Consider the Great Pyramid of Giza, the largest of the 3 pyramids on the Giza Plateau. Standing at 481 feet, it was the tallest man-made structure in the world for over 3,800 years. Its sheer scale and precision are mind-boggling, even by today's standards. The pyramid was constructed using approximately 2.3 million blocks of limestone and granite, many of which weigh several tons each. Despite the lack of advanced machinery, the builders achieved an incredible degree of precision, aligning the pyramid with the cardinal points of the compass with an accuracy that modern architects struggle to replicate. The precision of the pyramid's design and the methods used to move and place such massive stones have led many to speculate that the ancient Egyptians may have had access to technology that has since been lost to history. Some researchers propose that the Egyptians used advanced tools and techniques, perhaps utilizing forms of leverage, pulleys, or even forgotten forms of energy to move and position the massive stones. Others suggest that they may have had knowledge of a type of material that has been lost to time, one that could be manipulated in ways we do not fully understand. One of the most tantalizing theories is that ancient civilizations may have used sound or vibration-based technologies to levitate and position large stones, a technique that has been explored by modern researchers but remains speculative. While no definitive evidence exists to support these claims, the precision of the pyramid's construction remains a testament to the possibility that the ancient Egyptians may have possessed knowledge that surpasses what we think was possible at the time. Similarly, other ancient structures, such as the megalithic temples of Malta and the Stonehenge complex in England, exhibit astonishing levels of precision and engineering that appear to defy the technological limitations of their respective eras. At Stonehenge, for example, massive stones, some weighing over 40 tons, were transported from quarries located several miles away. The stones were carefully arranged in a circular formation, and the layout is aligned with astronomical events such as the solstices, suggesting that the builders had an advanced understanding of the movements of the stars and planets. But how did these ancient peoples manage to move such massive stones? And more importantly, how did they manage to create such precise alignments without the aid of modern technology? One possibility is that the builders of Stonehenge and similar sites had knowledge of advanced engineering principles that have been lost over time. This knowledge may have been passed down through generations and used to construct these remarkable sites, but over time, it was forgotten or lost due to the collapse of these civilizations. In this sense, these ancient sites could be viewed as remnants of a lost age of technology and knowledge, a time when human ingenuity was perhaps greater than we currently imagine. If this lost knowledge truly existed, it raises the question, what happened to it? Why did these advanced technologies disappear, and why are we only now beginning to rediscover their potential? The idea that ancient civilizations had access to technologies beyond their time is not limited to just stone construction. There is also evidence to suggest that these societies had an advanced understanding of metallurgy, medicine, and astronomy. Take, for example, the intricate metalwork found in ancient Egypt, where gold, silver, and copper were crafted into objects of astonishing detail. The Egyptians were able to mine and shape metals with remarkable precision, creating tools and jewelry that are still admired today. Some researchers believe that the knowledge required to produce such advanced metallurgy was passed down from an even earlier civilization, one that had a deeper understanding of chemistry and metallurgy than we currently acknowledge. Similarly, the ancient Maya possessed a sophisticated understanding of astronomy that allowed them to create highly accurate calendars and predict celestial events with remarkable precision. The Mayan long count calendar, which spans over 5,000 years, is still considered one of the most accurate systems of timekeeping ever developed. The Maya built vast observatories and temples aligned with celestial events, such as the rising and setting of the sun, the movements of the planets, and the lunar cycles. But how did the Maya, with their relatively simple tools, achieve such accuracy? Some believe that the knowledge required to create such sophisticated systems may have been passed down from an even more ancient civilization, one that had a much deeper understanding of the cosmos than we realize. As we consider these ancient achievements, it becomes clear that many of these civilizations were not simply primitive cultures struggling to survive. They were highly sophisticated societies with a profound understanding of the natural world and the forces that shaped it. They were capable of building structures and creating technologies that we would expect only from a highly advanced society. Yet, despite their achievements, these civilizations eventually disappeared or were destroyed, leaving behind only their remnants. What happened to this lost knowledge? How did these societies, which once flourished, come to an end, and why did they leave behind such remarkable evidence of their abilities? One possibility is that these ancient civilizations were the victims of catastrophic events that caused them to lose their knowledge and technological advancements. Natural disasters, such as earthquakes, floods, and volcanic eruptions, may have played a significant role in the destruction of these societies. For example, the eruption of Mount Vesuvius in 79 AD buried the Roman city of Pompeii under a blanket of ash, preserving the city in a moment frozen in time. Similarly, the collapse of the Maya civilization is often attributed to a combination of factors, including prolonged drought, warfare, and resource depletion. Could it be that these ancient civilizations had reached a peak of technological achievement, only to see it all undone by forces beyond their control? Another possibility is that these ancient societies were destroyed or abandoned due to internal factors, such as political instability, social upheaval, or the collapse of centralized power. In many cases, the loss of knowledge may have been a gradual process, as knowledge was passed down from generation to generation but slowly eroded over time. As empires fell and political systems collapsed, the knowledge that had once fueled these societies' achievements may have been lost or deliberately hidden. In some cases, the knowledge of advanced technologies may have been kept secret, hoarded by a select group of elites or religious leaders who sought to preserve their power by withholding such information from the masses. Whatever the reason for the disappearance of this knowledge, the evidence suggests that ancient civilizations possessed technologies and wisdom far beyond what we typically imagine. From the precise engineering of the Great Pyramid to the advanced astronomical knowledge of the Maya, the achievements of these societies are a testament to the potential of human innovation. But the question remains, why were these technologies lost, and how much of it is still hidden from us today? As we continue to explore the mysteries of ancient civilizations, one thing becomes clear: the more we learn about the past, the more we realize how little we truly know. The evidence of lost technologies, hidden knowledge, and unfinished projects raises important questions about the history of humanity. What if the ancient world was not as primitive as we think? What if we are only now beginning to scratch the surface of what these societies were capable of? The answers to these questions could fundamentally change our understanding of history and the potential of human achievement. It may even suggest that we are not as advanced as we believe, and that the true potential of human civilization has yet to be realized. The Great Pyramid of Giza, towering at a height of 481 feet, is perhaps the most iconic structure of the ancient world. It has captivated historians, archaeologists, and curious minds for thousands of years. While it has long been celebrated as a triumph of ancient Egyptian engineering, there's an enduring mystery surrounding the pyramid. Was it truly completed as intended, or was it part of a larger, unfinished project? The answer to this question could fundamentally reshape our understanding of ancient Egypt and its architectural prowess. For centuries, the mainstream narrative has been that the Great Pyramid was completed during the reign of Pharaoh Khufu, around 2570 BCE. However, there are a number of anomalies within the pyramid's construction that suggest something far more complex may have been at play. The first of these anomalies is the precision with which the pyramid was constructed. The blocks that make up the pyramid are cut with remarkable accuracy, fitting together so precisely that modern tools would struggle to replicate such precision. Each of the 2.3 million stone blocks weighs several tons, and some of the largest blocks, made of granite, were transported from quarries located hundreds of miles away. How did the ancient Egyptians move such massive stones with the rudimentary tools available to them at the time? What methods did they use to achieve the unparalleled precision of the pyramid's construction? Some theorists argue that the Great Pyramid was not merely a tomb, as traditionally believed, but part of a much grander design. The pyramid's size, orientation, and alignment with celestial bodies suggest that it could have served as an astronomical observatory, a massive calendar, or a monument to the gods. Some researchers have proposed that the pyramid was meant to be part of an even larger complex, with other pyramids, temples, and structures that were never finished or abandoned for reasons that remain unclear. Could it be that the pyramid's construction was halted before the original vision was realized? Were there other, larger structures planned that were never built? The fact that the pyramid was constructed with such precision and intention suggests that it was part of a far-reaching plan, but the incompleteness of that plan raises questions about what might have been. One of the most intriguing aspects of the Great Pyramid is its alignment with the stars. The pyramid is oriented so precisely that its sides align with the cardinal points of the compass, a feat that would be challenging to replicate even with modern technology. The alignment also corresponds to certain stars, particularly those in the Orion constellation, which was associated with Osiris, the Egyptian god of the afterlife. This celestial alignment has led some researchers to speculate that the pyramid's construction was not merely an architectural endeavor but a ritualistic one, designed to facilitate the pharaoh's journey to the afterlife. However, the question remains, was the pyramid's construction halted before this ritualistic function was completed, and if so, why? One theory that has gained traction among some scholars is that the Great Pyramid was part of a larger pyramid complex that was abandoned. Evidence from the surrounding area suggests that other pyramids and structures were planned or begun but never finished. For example, the nearby Pyramid of Khafre, while similar in design to the Great Pyramid, shows signs of incomplete construction. The pyramid's casing stones, which would have originally covered the structure, are missing, and the unfinished causeway leading to the pyramid suggests that it may have been abandoned during its construction. If the Great Pyramid was indeed part of a larger complex, what caused the project to be abandoned, and why are we left with such a strikingly incomplete legacy? Theories abound as to why the Great Pyramid and its surrounding structures may have been abandoned or left unfinished. Some suggest that political instability, such as the death of Pharaoh Khufu or a shift in the ruling dynasty, could have disrupted the construction process. Others propose that natural disasters, such as earthquakes or flooding, may have played a role in halting the pyramid's construction. The possibility of resource depletion, as the stones required for construction became harder to source, is also frequently mentioned as a contributing factor. In any case, the incompleteness of the Great Pyramid raises the question, what was the original purpose behind its construction, and why was it never fully realized? One of the most compelling arguments for the idea that the Great Pyramid was part of a larger, unfinished project comes from the architectural evidence itself. The pyramid's construction is so precise and deliberate that it suggests a highly organized and sophisticated effort. Yet, despite the monumental scale of the project, there are signs that it was not completed as planned. Some researchers have pointed to the fact that the pyramid's internal passages, such as the Grand Gallery and the King's Chamber, appear to be unfinished or incomplete. The Grand Gallery, for example, is an incredibly intricate and precise structure, but its design seems to have been altered during construction. Could this be evidence of a change in the original plans, or was the project abandoned before it could be finished? In addition to the physical evidence of incompleteness, there are also historical accounts that suggest the Great Pyramid may not have been finished as originally intended. Ancient texts, such as the Pyramid texts and the Coffin texts, provide insights into the beliefs and rituals associated with the pyramid and its construction. These texts, however, make no mention of the Great Pyramid being completed as a tomb for Pharaoh Khufu. Instead, they describe the pyramid as a spiritual structure, one that was meant to facilitate the pharaoh's ascension to the afterlife. The lack of any definitive mention of the pyramid's completion in these texts raises the possibility that the pyramid's construction was interrupted or abandoned before it could fulfill its intended purpose. One of the most enigmatic features of the Great Pyramid is its construction timeline. Conventional Egyptology suggests that the pyramid was built over a period of around 20 years, during the reign of Pharaoh Khufu. However, some researchers argue that this timeline is too short for a project of such magnitude. The complexity of the pyramid's construction, coupled with the massive workforce required, would likely have taken longer than the traditionally accepted period. Could it be that the pyramid was originally intended to be built over a much longer time span, and that the construction was abruptly halted due to unforeseen circumstances? The unfinished nature of the Great Pyramid has led some to propose that it was not a failure of construction, but a deliberate decision to leave the pyramid incomplete. Some suggest that the pharaohs of ancient Egypt may have believed that the pyramid's construction was a continuous process, one that would extend beyond their lifetimes. Perhaps the pyramid was never meant to be finished, but was instead a work in progress, a symbol of the pharaoh's ongoing journey to the afterlife. If this is the case, the incompleteness of the pyramid could be seen as a testament to the enduring nature of the Egyptian belief in the afterlife, where the pharaoh's soul would continue to ascend even after his physical death. The Great Pyramid of Giza, with its grandeur and mystery, continues to captivate our imaginations. While we may never know for certain why the pyramid was left unfinished, the evidence suggests that it was part of a larger, more complex project than we have previously understood. The precision and ambition of its construction raise important questions about the capabilities of ancient Egypt, and the reasons for the pyramid's incompleteness only deepen the mystery. Was the Great Pyramid part of a much larger vision, one that was abandoned before it could be realized? Or was it left incomplete for reasons tied to ancient Egyptian beliefs and rituals? Whatever the answer, the Great Pyramid remains a symbol of ancient ambition, a testament to the extraordinary achievements of a civilization whose true potential may never be fully understood. As we delve deeper into the mysteries surrounding unfinished ancient megastructures, it becomes apparent that these towering monuments were not merely the products of human ambition and craftsmanship. They represent something far more significant, a complex interplay of religious, political, and philosophical ideas that guided the civilizations responsible for their creation. These unfinished wonders speak not only of the incredible skill of their builders but also of their mysterious purpose, which may remain beyond our full understanding. What if these structures were not meant to be finished, at least not in the way we understand completion? What if they were left deliberately incomplete, as part of a grander, cosmically charged design that sought to bridge the gap between the known and the unknown, between the earthly and the divine? Consider the case of the Temple of Karnak in Egypt, one of the largest religious complexes ever built, which remained under construction for over a millennium. The temple, dedicated primarily to the god Ammonius, was constructed over several dynasties, with each new pharaoh adding to the site's grandeur. Yet, despite this continuous effort, the temple was never completed. The Temple of Karnak is vast, with massive pylons, enormous columns, and intricate hieroglyphs covering its walls. The sheer scale of the temple complex speaks to the ambition of the ancient Egyptians, but the fact that it was never finished raises the question: what was the original vision behind it, and why did it remain incomplete? This concept of unfinished construction is not unique to Egypt. Across the globe, we see similar examples of grand structures that were abandoned or left unfinished, raising the question of whether there was an overarching philosophical or spiritual reason behind these incomplete projects. Take the case of the Sagrada Familia in Barcelona, Spain. Though built in modern times, the story of the Sagrada Familia mirrors the mysteries of ancient structures in many ways. Designed by the renowned architect Antoni Gaudí, the basilica was never completed during his lifetime, and construction continues to this day. Despite the fact that the project has been in progress for over 140 years, it is still not finished. This long-term, ongoing process of construction has become central to the identity of the building, almost as if it were never meant to be finished, but rather a work in progress meant to continue indefinitely, reflecting the infinite nature of divinity. Could something similar have been true for the ancient structures that were abandoned or left incomplete? Many ancient structures, such as the great temples of the Maya or the enormous stone circles of the Druids, display signs of having been built over long periods of time, sometimes spanning centuries or even millennia. The way these monuments were constructed, with multiple layers added by successive generations, points to the idea that these were not simply architectural projects, but living, evolving spaces, meant to embody the ongoing spiritual or religious practices of the people who built them. In such cases, the act of building was not about completion but about continuity. The structures were not meant to be completed in the traditional sense, but rather were symbolic of a cycle that was always in progress, a cycle of construction, destruction, and rebirth. This idea becomes particularly apparent when we examine the role of unfinished structures in the ancient world. Many of these monuments were built as part of religious or spiritual practices, with the act of construction itself being an act of devotion. For example, the unfinished temples of the ancient Greeks, such as the Parthenon on the Acropolis, were not merely physical structures but were imbued with deep religious and philosophical meaning. The Parthenon was dedicated to Athena, the goddess of wisdom and war, and its construction was a statement of Athenian power and identity. But even as the temple was being built, the Athenians were already contemplating its eventual ruin. The Parthenon's unfinished state was not viewed as a failure, but rather as part of its symbolic function, a symbol of impermanence, a reminder that nothing, not even the greatest monuments, lasts forever. In the same way, the grand temples of India, such as those at Angkor Wat in Cambodia, were often constructed with the belief that the process of building was just as important as the completion of the structure itself. These temples were not simply places of worship, they were designed to align with the cosmic forces of the universe. The builders sought to create a harmonious relationship between the temple, the land, and the heavens. The process of construction was a way of participating in the cosmic order, and the unfinished nature of some of these temples may reflect the belief that the task of aligning human creation with the cosmos is an ongoing endeavor, one that can never truly be finished. In this sense, the act of building these temples was not about achieving a physical endpoint but about engaging in a continuous, sacred process. The role of unfinished structures as symbols of eternal continuity is particularly evident in the Mayan civilization, which left behind vast cities and ceremonial centers that were never completed. The Maya were deeply connected to their understanding of time, with their elaborate calendar systems and their belief in cyclical time. The construction of their temples and pyramids was not just an architectural endeavor, but a symbolic act, representing the ongoing cycle of life, death, and rebirth. The Maya believed that the gods would only return to their temples if they were continuously maintained and constructed, and they may have viewed the abandonment of a building project not as a failure, but as an invitation for the gods to return and begin anew. In this sense, the unfinished temples and pyramids of the Maya were not seen as incomplete, rather, they were seen as perpetually unfinished, always in the process of becoming. This symbolic view of unfinished construction also resonates in the world of ancient architecture in places like the Mediterranean and the Middle East. In many ancient cultures, the concept of imperfection was often tied to spirituality. The Greeks, for example, believed that the gods themselves were imperfect, and that human beings should strive to reflect that imperfection in their works. The unfinished temples and structures they left behind were often seen as symbols of the gods' own unfinished nature, representing the belief that the divine was always in the process of becoming. The act of building, for these ancient cultures, was not just a physical task but a spiritual one, an expression of the ongoing relationship between the mortal world and the divine. The idea of the unfinished project as a representation of cosmic continuity is reinforced by the way these monuments were constructed. In many cases, these ancient megastructures were not built in a linear fashion, but rather evolved over time, with new layers being added by successive generations. This suggests that the builders saw the structures not as static, finished entities, but as works in progress, continuously evolving to reflect the ever-changing relationship between humanity and the divine. The idea that construction was an ongoing process, rather than a finite task, is evident in the way these monuments were integrated into the landscape. The unfinished nature of these structures, then, is not a reflection of a failure of the builders, but rather a reflection of the ongoing nature of existence itself. In many ways, the unfinished monuments of the ancient world challenge our conventional understanding of architecture and design. We tend to view construction as a process that leads to a clear endpoint, a finished building that stands as a completed work of art or engineering. But for the ancient civilizations responsible for these monumental projects, the process of construction was just as important as the final product, if not more so. The unfinished nature of these structures speaks to a worldview in which completion was not the ultimate goal, but rather the continuous engagement with the cosmos, the gods, and the mysteries of the universe. These monuments were not meant to be finished, at least not in the way we understand completion. They were meant to be a part of an ongoing, eternal process, a process that continues to puzzle and inspire us to this day. Thus, the question of why these megastructures were left unfinished remains not just a question of history, but a question of philosophy and spirituality. Were these ancient peoples trying to complete something that was always meant to be incomplete? Were they engaging in an ongoing, unfinished conversation with the divine, using these structures as a way to keep that dialogue open? Perhaps the real mystery is not why these projects were abandoned, but why they continue to captivate our imaginations, challenging our notions of completion, perfection, and the divine. As we continue to explore the enigmatic nature of unfinished ancient megastructures, it becomes increasingly clear that these monumental works were more than just feats of architectural and engineering prowess. They were also deeply intertwined with the spiritual and metaphysical beliefs of the cultures that built them. The question of why these grand projects were left incomplete, or even seemingly abandoned, often leads us into the realm of speculation, but it is also an invitation to rethink our understanding of the ancient world. Could these unfinished structures be telling us something more profound than just a story of human ambition or failure? Might they be remnants of a forgotten philosophy, a lost understanding of time and space, or a reflection of a culture's views on the cyclical nature of existence? One of the most compelling examples of unfinished megastructures with profound spiritual significance is the colossal temples and pyramids of the Maya civilization. These structures, such as the massive Pyramid of El Castillo at Chichen Itza, were not just architectural achievements but also deeply integrated into the Mayan understanding of the cosmos. The Mayans believed that the world was governed by cycles of time, of life and death, of the rise and fall of civilizations. The completion of a building, or the lack thereof, could represent these cyclical processes. For the Maya, unfinished structures were not failures. They may have been seen as symbolic representations of the endless continuation of these cycles. In fact, some researchers suggest that the act of abandoning a building project or leaving it unfinished could have been a ritualistic act, meant to signal the beginning of a new cycle, or to honor the passage from one phase of existence to another. When viewed through this lens, the unfinished nature of the pyramids and temples in Maya cities begins to take on a new significance. These structures may have been seen as living monuments, meant to evolve over time as part of an ongoing spiritual or cosmic process. This idea is reinforced by the fact that many of the Mayan structures were built upon earlier ones, with later generations modifying and expanding upon the work of their ancestors. This layering of construction could have been symbolic of the passage of time, with each new layer representing a new phase in the eternal cycle. Rather than viewing the abandonment of these structures as the end of a project, the Maya may have seen it as the beginning of a new chapter, where the unfinished temples and pyramids continued to play an active role in the ongoing ritualistic and cosmic drama of the universe. The idea of cycles also resonates with the ancient Egyptians, whose monumental constructions are among the most well-known and well-preserved in the world. The construction of the Great Pyramids of Giza, for instance, has long been associated with the ancient Egyptian understanding of death and the afterlife. The pyramids were designed not just as tombs, but as gateways to the afterlife, enabling the souls of the pharaohs to ascend to the heavens and join the gods. The Egyptians believed in an eternal cycle of death and rebirth, and this cycle was reflected in the very design of their grand monuments. It is possible that the Egyptians saw their temples and pyramids as works in progress, never truly finished, because the journey to the afterlife was seen as a continuous, never-ending process. In this context, the incomplete nature of these structures may not have been viewed as a failure but rather as a symbol of the ongoing nature of the spiritual journey. What is particularly fascinating about these ancient civilizations is their profound connection to the stars and the cosmos. The alignment of the Great Pyramids with the cardinal points of the compass and the star Sirius, as well as the alignment of the Mayan pyramids with celestial bodies, suggests a belief in a deep, intrinsic connection between the physical world and the divine. The Egyptians, in particular, had an incredibly sophisticated understanding of the heavens, and their monuments were constructed in ways that reflected this knowledge. The precision with which they aligned their temples and pyramids with celestial bodies suggests that these structures were not only intended to serve earthly functions but also to facilitate a connection with the divine. The fact that these structures were often left unfinished could suggest that the builders believed that this connection with the divine could never be fully realized, that it was always a process that was ongoing, just like the cyclical nature of life and death itself. This idea of cyclical time and unfinished projects is not unique to the ancient world. It is also reflected in the unfinished Sagrada Familia in Barcelona, Spain, a monument that has been under construction for over 140 years and is still not completed. Designed by architect Antoni Gaudí, the Sagrada Familia is considered a masterpiece of modernist architecture, and its unfinished state has become an integral part of its identity. The Sagrada Familia was conceived as a religious monument, a work of devotion to God. Yet, the fact that it remains incomplete, despite the incredible resources and efforts dedicated to its construction, speaks to a larger philosophical belief in the ongoing, unfinished nature of creation. Gaudi himself believed that the process of building the Sagrada Familia was a spiritual act, one that could never truly be completed because the divine is always beyond human comprehension. In this way, the Sagrada Familia's unfinished nature mirrors the spiritual beliefs of ancient civilizations that constructed their own unfinished megastructures. Both were meant to serve as symbols of the continuous, ever-evolving relationship between humanity and the divine. The unfinished Sagrada Familia also highlights another important aspect of unfinished structures, the notion of time. Gaudi's design was not just a reflection of his architectural genius, but also of his deeply spiritual vision. He saw the Sagrada Familia as a living, evolving monument, one that would change and grow over time, just as human beings change and grow. The project was never meant to be a static, finished work but a reflection of the dynamic, ever-changing nature of existence itself. This philosophy of continuous, never-ending creation is reminiscent of the Mayan, Egyptian, and other ancient belief systems, in which the building of temples and pyramids was seen not as a final act of construction, but as a ritual that connected the builders to the divine and to the cycles of the universe. In many ways, the unfinished nature of these structures speaks to a deeper understanding of time and space, one that challenges our modern, linear perception of progress and completion. In today's world, we tend to view construction projects as finite tasks, with a clear beginning and end. Once a building is completed, it is considered finished, and the process is over. But in the ancient world, as in Gaudi's vision for the Sagrada Familia, the act of building was seen as part of a larger, ongoing process. The building itself was not the final goal, it was part of a continuous spiritual journey, one that was never truly completed. In this sense, the unfinished nature of these ancient megastructures can be seen as an intentional design, a way of symbolizing the never-ending relationship between humanity, the cosmos, and the divine. This brings us back to the question of why so many ancient civilizations left behind unfinished monuments. Was it because of unforeseen events, such as political upheaval, natural disasters, or the loss of resources? Or was it because the builders themselves understood that some things could never be fully completed, that the process of creation was more important than the final product? Perhaps the answer lies in the recognition that, for these ancient peoples, the act of building was not just a physical endeavor, but a deeply spiritual one. The unfinished nature of their megastructures speaks to a belief in the cyclical nature of existence, the endless journey of the soul, and the understanding that some things can never truly be finished. These structures, left incomplete, remind us that the human desire for meaning, for connection with the divine, and for transcendence is ongoing, a journey that is never truly finished, no matter how grand or monumental the constructions may be. In the end, these unfinished megastructures are more than just remnants of lost civilizations. They are symbols of the enduring human spirit, of our continuous search for meaning and connection with the divine. They remind us that, just as these great monuments were built and abandoned, so too are we engaged in an ongoing journey, one that may never reach a final destination but continues to unfold, layer by layer, with each new generation adding to the legacy of those who came before. As we continue to explore the mysteries surrounding unfinished ancient megastructures, it's crucial to consider not only the remarkable engineering feats of the past but also the deeper questions they raise about the nature of human civilization, its relationship with the cosmos, and the transient nature of existence itself. These structures, ranging from grand pyramids to massive temples, offer more than just insight into ancient construction methods. They provide a window into the worldviews of ancient cultures. What can these unfinished projects tell us about the beliefs, ambitions, and motivations of the people who built them? More importantly, what do they reveal about the idea of completion, purpose, and legacy? Were these structures left unfinished because of external forces beyond the control of their creators, or did they embody a deeper, philosophical meaning that we have yet to fully understand? Take, for example, the unfinished construction projects of the ancient Inca civilization. The Inca, who flourished in South America from the 15th century until the Spanish conquest in the 16th century, are known for their exceptional architectural and engineering accomplishments, most notably their ability to construct intricate and resilient stone structures without the use of mortar. One of the most famous examples is the ancient city of Machu Picchu, a sprawling complex of temples, terraces, and palaces built high in the Andes Mountains. While Machu Picchu is largely complete today, there are sections of the city that remain unfinished. Stone walls are partially constructed, and some buildings appear to have been abandoned mid-construction. This raises important questions. Why did the Inca leave these structures incomplete? Was it due to the arrival of the Spanish conquistadors, or was there a more profound spiritual or philosophical reason behind the unfinished nature of some Incan buildings? It's essential to understand that the Inca civilization had a profoundly different worldview from that of Western cultures. For the Inca, construction was not just about building physical structures, it was about aligning the built environment with the divine order of the cosmos. Many of their temples, such as those dedicated to the sun god Inti, were designed with extreme precision, reflecting the Incas' deep understanding of astronomy and their belief in the cyclical nature of time. These structures were not meant to be static monuments, they were symbols of an ongoing relationship with the gods, the earth, and the sky. The unfinished state of some of these buildings could reflect the Incas' understanding of the world as a place in constant flux, where creation and destruction were part of a never-ending cycle. Moreover, the Inca were known to work on a vast scale, with enormous projects that spanned multiple generations. The city of Cusco, the Inca capital, was a massive undertaking, and many of its structures were built over the course of centuries. The fact that some of these buildings were left unfinished could indicate that the Inca saw the process of construction as an ongoing activity, one that could continue for generations without a clear endpoint. In this sense, the Inca may have understood their monumental projects not as finite tasks to be completed, but as works that would continue to evolve, reflecting the eternal nature of the universe. Similarly, the unfinished state of many ancient temples and monuments in Egypt and Mesopotamia raises questions about the significance of incompletion in the ancient world. The Egyptians, with their complex religious and cosmological beliefs, constructed monumental temples dedicated to their gods and pharaohs. These structures were designed to facilitate the passage of the king's soul into the afterlife, aligning with the cosmic order and ensuring the continuation of divine favor. However, there are instances where temples appear to have been abandoned mid-construction, or where the final details of the temple were never fully completed. In some cases, the walls of these temples were left blank, and the reliefs and inscriptions that were intended to adorn them were never carved. One explanation for these unfinished structures could lie in the cultural and religious beliefs of the ancient Egyptians. The concept of imperfection was integral to Egyptian thought, particularly when it came to the gods. The Egyptians believed that the gods themselves were imperfect, and that the mortal world, by extension, was flawed. As a result, the idea of a perfect, fully completed temple might have been viewed as an illusion, an unattainable goal that reflected the transient nature of the human condition. The unfinished nature of these temples could therefore have been a deliberate reflection of this belief, symbolizing the imperfection of life and the continuous struggle to achieve harmony with the gods. The same idea can be seen in the unfinished nature of some of the most famous monuments in the ancient world. The Parthenon in Athens, for example, was never fully completed according to its original design. Though construction of the Parthenon began in 447 BCE, it was interrupted by wars and political instability. The building's most significant features, the frieze, the sculptures, and the intricate details that were meant to adorn the structure, were never fully realized. Yet, despite this incompletion, the Parthenon stands as one of the most iconic symbols of ancient Greek civilization, a testament to their artistic and architectural achievements. The Parthenon's unfinished state could be seen as a reflection of the Greek understanding of the world as an imperfect, fleeting place, where no human creation could ever truly capture the ideals of perfection that the gods embodied. Similarly, the Roman Colosseum in Rome, one of the greatest architectural feats of the ancient world, was also left incomplete. Though the Colosseum was constructed over a period of several decades, the upper levels of the amphitheater were never fully finished, and the structure sustained significant damage during earthquakes in the medieval period. Despite this, the Colosseum remains one of the most impressive architectural monuments in the world. Its unfinished nature raises the question of whether the Romans, like the ancient Egyptians and Greeks, understood the imperfection of their creations as a reflection of the inherent imperfection of life itself. Perhaps, for the Romans, the act of building was not just about completion but about engaging in a continuous process of creation, one that mirrored the ongoing cycles of life, death, and rebirth that they believed governed the universe. This idea of imperfection as an integral part of the human experience can also be seen in the unfinished structures of the ancient Maya civilization. The Maya, who inhabited present-day Mexico and Central America, were known for their sophisticated architectural and astronomical knowledge. Their cities were filled with towering pyramids, temples, and ball courts, all designed to align with the movements of the stars and planets. Many of these structures were left unfinished, and in some cases, the Maya abandoned entire cities before their grand plans could be realized. The Maya, like the Inca and Egyptians, believed in the cyclical nature of time, that everything was in a constant state of flux, and that the end of one cycle was the beginning of another. The unfinished nature of Maya cities could be seen as a reflection of this cyclical worldview. Perhaps the Maya believed that their cities were not meant to be fully completed, but rather to exist as part of an ongoing process, a process that was not constrained by human time but was instead connected to the eternal cycles of the cosmos. The idea that the Maya abandoned their cities before they were finished may indicate that they understood the impermanence of all things and saw their creations not as permanent monuments, but as transient works in progress that were meant to evolve with the passing of time. These unfinished megastructures, scattered across the globe, raise profound questions about the nature of human civilization and its relationship with the divine. Were these structures left incomplete because of external factors, such as war, political upheaval, or natural disasters? Or were they abandoned as part of a larger, spiritual or philosophical belief system, one that saw imperfection and incompletion as an essential part of the human experience? Perhaps, rather than viewing these unfinished projects as failures, we should see them as symbols of a deeper understanding of life, one that recognizes the impermanence of all things and the cyclical nature of existence. In the end, these unfinished megastructures are not just remnants of past civilizations, they are echoes of a time when human beings saw themselves as part of a much larger, cosmic narrative. These projects were not simply about constructing physical monuments, they were about engaging with the divine, aligning with the rhythms of the universe, and understanding the impermanence of all things. The unfinished nature of these structures invites us to rethink our own views on completion, purpose, and legacy. In a world obsessed with finality and closure, these ancient ruins stand as a powerful reminder that some things are meant to remain in a perpetual state of becoming, ever-evolving, never truly finished. As we continue to explore the deep mysteries surrounding unfinished ancient megastructures, we are confronted not just with questions about construction methods or historical contexts, but also with philosophical inquiries into the nature of purpose, time, and the legacy of civilizations long gone. These monumental works, many of which were abandoned midway through construction, offer a glimpse into the minds of ancient cultures and their approach to the world around them. What were these structures meant to represent, and why were they left incomplete? Was it an unintentional failure, or did their builders possess a deeper understanding of life, creation, and existence that we have yet to grasp fully? One of the most intriguing unfinished structures in the ancient world is the unfinished Temple of Apollo at Delphi in Greece. Delphi, considered the center of the ancient world and home to the Oracle of Apollo, was the site of one of the most significant religious and cultural institutions in ancient Greece. The Temple of Apollo was a grand structure, intended to house the god's sacred oracle and serve as a place of worship for thousands of pilgrims. However, despite its grandiose design and the prominence of Delphi as a religious center, the temple was never completed as originally envisioned. The temple's construction began in the 6th century BCE but was halted several times due to political turmoil and the changing fortunes of the city of Delphi. What does this tell us about the ancient Greeks' views on the nature of creation, the divine, and imperfection? The incomplete nature of the Temple of Apollo at Delphi might suggest that the Greeks saw the process of building as an ongoing endeavor, one that was never fully realized but continually evolving. Delphi was not just a physical location but a spiritual center, and the temple was meant to serve as a conduit between the divine and the mortal realms. It is possible that the Greeks believed the temple's unfinished nature was a reflection of the ever-changing relationship between humans and the gods. The temple was not simply a physical structure to be completed and left behind. It was a living, breathing entity that required constant attention and renewal. In this sense, the unfinished temple could symbolize the ongoing, never-ending quest for divine knowledge and understanding, a quest that was always in progress, never to be fully concluded. This notion of the unfinished temple as a symbol of perpetual spiritual seeking aligns with the broader philosophical and religious outlook of the ancient Greeks. The concept of perfection was something the Greeks strived for, particularly in their art and architecture. However, they also recognized the impossibility of achieving perfect, unchanging forms. The Greeks believed that perfection was an ideal that could never be fully realized, and they embraced the inherent imperfection of the world around them. The unfinished Temple of Apollo may have been seen as a reflection of this philosophy, a reminder that even the most sacred and important endeavors are subject to the flux of time and the limitations of human existence. Similarly, the great unfinished structures of the ancient Romans offer us a glimpse into the Roman worldview, one that prized order, efficiency, and functionality. The Roman Empire was known for its architectural prowess, and structures such as the Colosseum, the Pantheon, and the aqueducts stand as enduring symbols of Roman engineering. However, the Roman Empire was also a state in constant transition, and many of its greatest construction projects were interrupted or left incomplete due to the ebb and flow of power, resources, and political stability. One of the most notable examples of this is the unfinished Imperial Forum in Rome. Designed by Emperor Domitian in the 1st century CE, the Forum was intended to be an impressive addition to the heart of the Roman Empire. However, it was left incomplete after Domitian's assassination, and much of the structure remains in ruins to this day. The unfinished Imperial Forum raises important questions about the relationship between the state, the emperor, and the physical manifestation of power. In many ways, the Imperial Forum was meant to symbolize the might of the Roman Empire, reflecting the stability and grandeur of the imperial system. The fact that it was left unfinished after Domitian's death could indicate that the Romans understood the fragility of political power. The unfinished nature of the Forum could be seen as a metaphor for the impermanence of political regimes and the inevitable decline of even the most powerful empires. In this sense, the incomplete Forum becomes a poignant reminder of the transient nature of human achievement. In contrast to the Greek and Roman examples, the unfinished structures of the ancient Egyptians raise questions about the relationship between the earthly and the divine. The Egyptians were among the first to construct monumental structures such as the Great Pyramid of Giza, the temples of Luxor, and the Sphinx. These works were built not only as tombs for the pharaohs and places of worship for the gods but also as symbols of the eternal nature of the divine. The Egyptians believed that their rulers were divine beings, and the construction of massive tombs and temples was an expression of their connection to the gods and the afterlife. However, some of these grand structures were left unfinished or abandoned before they could be completed, raising questions about the reasons behind their incompletion. The unfinished tombs in the Valley of the Kings, for example, offer clues about the nature of Egyptian royal burial practices. Some tombs were left incomplete due to the sudden death of the pharaoh or a shift in political power. Others were abandoned because of the depletion of resources or the disruption of construction due to external factors such as war or natural disasters. However, the fact that these tombs were never completed does not diminish their significance. Instead, it could suggest that the Egyptians viewed the process of building these monumental structures as part of an ongoing, eternal cycle. Just as the pharaohs believed in an eternal afterlife, so too did their tombs represent a continuous journey, one that was never truly finished but always in progress. The incompleteness of these tombs could be seen as a reflection of the belief that death was not the end, but rather a transition to another stage of existence, a stage that was always in motion, always evolving, and never fully realized. This cyclical view of existence is echoed in many of the unfinished temples and pyramids found in other parts of the ancient world. For example, the Great Pyramids of the Maya civilization, such as the Pyramid of the Sun at Teotihuacan, were never fully completed, and many of the temples and structures in Mayan cities were abandoned before they could reach their intended final form. The Maya, like the Egyptians, believed in the cyclical nature of time, where life, death, and rebirth were continuous processes that never truly ended. The unfinished nature of these Mayan structures could be interpreted as a reflection of this worldview, suggesting that these monuments were not meant to be completed but were part of an ongoing cosmic cycle, a cycle that transcended human time and embraced the eternal. As we look at these unfinished megastructures from the perspective of the ancient cultures that created them, it becomes clear that incompletion was not necessarily seen as a failure. Instead, it may have represented a deeper understanding of the nature of existence itself. For these ancient peoples, the process of building and creating was not about reaching a final destination, but about engaging in an ongoing journey that transcended human limitations. The incompleteness of these structures speaks to a worldview in which time was seen as cyclical, not linear, and where perfection was an ideal that could never be fully realized. The unfinished temples, pyramids, and monuments that dot the landscapes of ancient civilizations invite us to reconsider our own views on completion, legacy, and purpose. In our modern world, we often view unfinished projects as failures or as signs of incompleteness, but for the ancient world, incompletion may have been a reflection of a much deeper, more profound understanding of the universe. These unfinished structures may have been symbols of the continuous journey of creation, the eternal quest for knowledge, and the ever-evolving relationship between humanity and the divine. In this sense, the incompleteness of these ancient megastructures is not something to be mourned but something to be celebrated, a testament to the enduring spirit of those who built them and the timeless questions they sought to answer. As the trail of unfinished ancient megastructures continues, the mystery deepens when we examine places where construction appears to stop not gradually, but abruptly, as if something sudden forced entire civilizations to abandon projects that were once central to their identity. In these locations, tools lie scattered, stones are partially carved, ramps end in midair, and plans seem frozen in time. This kind of abandonment does not feel natural, and it raises uncomfortable questions. What kind of event could interrupt societies that had invested decades, sometimes centuries, into a single monumental vision? Was it war, catastrophe, environmental collapse, or something far less understood? One of the most striking examples of this phenomenon is found at Baalbek in modern-day Lebanon. Known for its colossal stone blocks, some weighing over 1,000 tons, Baalbek challenges even modern engineering logic. The so-called trilithon stones sit perfectly aligned within the foundation of a Roman temple complex, yet they are clearly older than the Roman structures built on top of them. Nearby, in the quarry, lie even larger stones that were cut, shaped, and partially moved but never installed. These stones are not rough, they are precision cut, with smooth surfaces and sharp angles, suggesting advanced planning and capability. And yet, they remain abandoned, as if the builders simply walked away. The mystery deepens when we consider that these stones would have required an immense, well-organized workforce, sophisticated planning, and an energy investment that implies long-term stability. Civilizations capable of such feats do not usually stop without a powerful reason. There are no clear signs of battle damage in the quarry, no widespread destruction layers, no definitive historical records describing a catastrophic interruption. The silence left behind is unsettling. It forces us to ask whether the cause of abandonment might lie outside the familiar explanations of war or political collapse. Some researchers suggest environmental shifts may have played a role. A prolonged drought, seismic activity, or changes in trade routes could destabilize even the most advanced societies. If food systems failed or water sources shifted, priorities would change overnight. Monumental construction, no matter how sacred or symbolically important, would quickly become secondary to survival. In such scenarios, unfinished megastructures become silent witnesses to moments when civilizations were forced to make impossible choices between legacy and life. However, there are cases where environmental explanations feel insufficient. At Pumapunku in Bolivia, massive stone blocks were cut with extreme precision, featuring interlocking grooves and drilled holes that appear almost machine-made. The site sits at high altitude, far from large forests or easy access to resources. Transporting and shaping these stones would have required not only physical strength but a deep understanding of engineering principles. And yet, Pumapunku was left unfinished, with blocks scattered across the site as if construction stopped mid-process. There is no clear evidence of a gradual decline. Instead, it looks like an interruption that came suddenly and decisively. This pattern repeats across the ancient world. In Egypt, several pyramids were left incomplete, including the Bent Pyramid and multiple structures in the Valley of the Kings. In some cases, construction techniques abruptly change midway through a project, suggesting that builders were adapting under pressure, perhaps racing against time. In others, work stops entirely. Tools remain in place, walls are left unpolished, and burial chambers were never sealed. These are not signs of careful closure, they are signs of disruption. What makes these interruptions even more intriguing is that many of these civilizations were deeply religious. Their monuments were not just political statements, they were cosmic instruments, designed to align with stars, solstices, and divine principles. Abandoning such projects would not have been taken lightly. For a culture that believed its survival depended on maintaining harmony with the gods or the cosmos, leaving a sacred structure unfinished could be seen as inviting disaster. And yet, they did it anyway. That suggests the pressure they faced was greater than fear of divine consequences. Some alternative theories propose that ancient civilizations may have faced global or regional cataclysms that wiped out knowledge, leadership, or population centers faster than history remembers. Flood myths appear in cultures across the globe, from Mesopotamia to the Americas. While often dismissed as symbolic, these stories may preserve distorted memories of real events. A massive flood, sudden climate shift, or celestial impact could disrupt societies so severely that monumental projects became irrelevant overnight. In such cases, unfinished megastructures are not failures of ambition but scars left by survival-level crises. There is also the uncomfortable possibility that some of these projects were never meant to be finished in the way we assume. Modern thinking equates progress with completion, but ancient worldviews were often cyclical rather than linear. Construction could be a ritual process rather than a goal-oriented task. A monument might be built to a certain stage to fulfill a specific cosmic or ceremonial function, after which further construction was unnecessary or even forbidden. From this perspective, what we interpret as abandonment could actually be intentional cessation, guided by beliefs we no longer understand. Yet, even this explanation struggles to account for the scale of unfinished work in some locations. At Baalbek, the largest stones were never moved from the quarry, despite being fully carved. At Aswan in Egypt, an enormous obelisk lies cracked and abandoned in the bedrock, offering a rare glimpse into ancient stone-cutting techniques. The crack itself likely caused the abandonment, but the sheer size of the obelisk suggests that ancient engineers were pushing limits far beyond what was strictly necessary. Why attempt something so extreme if failure would render decades of work useless? This willingness to take enormous risks hints at a confidence in technology or knowledge that we may have underestimated. The emotional weight of these unfinished sites is hard to ignore. Standing among half-built walls and abandoned stones, one cannot help but feel the presence of interrupted lives. Thousands of workers, artisans, planners, and priests dedicated years of their existence to these projects. Their labor was not casual, it was purposeful, often sacred. When construction stopped, it likely sent shockwaves through entire communities. Identity, economy, and belief systems would all have been affected. The silence left behind is not just architectural, it is human. As we piece together these fragments of the past, a pattern emerges that challenges simple explanations. Unfinished megastructures are not isolated anomalies, they are a global phenomenon. They appear across continents, cultures, and time periods. This consistency suggests that the forces capable of halting such projects were equally powerful and widespread. Whether those forces were environmental, social, cosmic, or philosophical remains an open question, but their impact is undeniable. What makes this mystery even more compelling is that modern society, despite its advanced technology, faces similar vulnerabilities. Our own megaprojects rely on stable systems, abundant resources, and long-term planning. A sudden shift in climate, economy, or geopolitics could leave our monuments unfinished as well. In that sense, these ancient ruins are not just remnants of a distant past, they are warnings, reminders of how fragile even the greatest achievements can be. The unfinished stones, the half-carved blocks, the abandoned quarries all whisper the same message: human ambition is vast, but it is never invincible. Somewhere between vision and completion lies a threshold where forces beyond planning can intervene. Ancient civilizations crossed that threshold more than once, and the evidence is still scattered across the landscape, waiting for us to look closer, question deeper, and accept that the past may be far more complex and far more fragile than we were ever taught to believe. As we move deeper into the mystery of unfinished ancient megastructures, another unsettling pattern begins to emerge, one that challenges not only our understanding of ancient engineering but also our assumptions about technological progress itself. In several locations around the world, construction appears to have reached a point where the builders encountered a barrier they could not overcome, not because of a lack of ambition or resources, but because they may have reached the limits of their knowledge or tools. These sites feel less like stories of abandonment and more like moments where ancient civilizations collided with the edge of what was possible, leaving behind silent evidence of experiments that went too far. One of the most compelling examples of this phenomenon can be seen in ancient Egypt, particularly in the transition between pyramid building phases. Early pyramids, such as the Step Pyramid of Djoser, represent experimentation and learning. Later structures, like the Great Pyramid of Giza, reflect an astonishing mastery of geometry, logistics, and stonework. Yet after this peak, something strange happens. Pyramid construction declines. Later pyramids are smaller, less precise, and often left incomplete. This reversal is deeply puzzling. Civilizations typically improve their techniques over time, not abandon their greatest achievements. The question arises, did the ancient Egyptians reach a technological ceiling that they could not surpass, or did something disrupt the knowledge required to continue building on such a scale? The Great Pyramid itself may hold clues. Its precision is so extreme that modern engineers still debate how it was achieved. The base is level to within millimeters across hundreds of meters, and the stone blocks are fitted with tolerances tighter than many modern constructions. To replicate this today would require advanced surveying equipment, industrial tools, and massive energy input. Yet the Egyptians did it with tools that, according to mainstream history, were made of copper and stone. After achieving this unparalleled feat, why were no larger or more precise pyramids built? Why were some later pyramids abandoned mid-construction, their casing stones left unpolished, their internal chambers incomplete? One possibility is that the Great Pyramid represents the culmination of a lost or partially lost body of knowledge. If techniques were passed down orally or guarded by specialized priest engineers, even a small disruption in social structure could have devastating consequences. A change in leadership, religious reform, or internal conflict could result in the loss of critical expertise. In such a scenario, later builders may have attempted to replicate what they no longer fully understood, leading to structural failures, design changes, and ultimately abandonment. This idea is echoed at other ancient sites where construction quality suddenly declines. At Teotihuacan in Mexico, early phases of construction show remarkable planning and alignment, while later additions feel rushed or inconsistent. The city's massive Pyramid of the Sun was built in stages, and some sections appear unfinished or hastily modified. Eventually, the city itself was abandoned, long before the arrival of the Aztecs. No clear records explain why such a powerful urban center collapsed. What remains are monumental structures that suggest ambition without closure, as if the builders were racing against an unseen clock. In South Asia, the ancient city of Mohenjo-daro presents a different but equally troubling mystery. Its advanced urban planning, standardized bricks, and sophisticated drainage systems suggest a civilization far ahead of its time. Yet many structures appear unfinished or hastily altered before the city was abandoned. There is little evidence of large-scale warfare or natural disaster. Instead, the city seems to have declined quietly, leaving behind half-completed buildings and infrastructure that was never fully realized. If such an organized society could vanish without a clear cause, it raises the possibility that internal systemic collapse, perhaps triggered by technological or environmental limits, played a role. At some sites, the unfinished nature of construction seems directly tied to material challenges. The ancient builders often worked with stones of immense hardness and size, pushing their techniques to extremes. The Aswan unfinished obelisk is a perfect example. Carved directly from the bedrock, it would have been the largest obelisk ever erected, weighing over 1,000 tons. The project was abandoned after cracks appeared in the stone. This moment captures something profoundly human, the willingness to attempt the impossible, followed by the realization that nature does not always cooperate. The crack was not just a structural flaw, it was a boundary, a signal that even the most skilled artisans had limits. Yet what is fascinating is that ancient builders repeatedly chose to challenge these limits. They did not settle for smaller stones or safer designs. Instead, they aimed higher, heavier, more precise. This pattern suggests that ancient civilizations were not merely conservative or ritualistic, they were experimental. They tested ideas at monumental scales, sometimes succeeding, sometimes failing. The unfinished megastructures may represent the failures we rarely acknowledge, the projects that did not work but still demanded immense effort. In some cases, these failures may have been catastrophic. A structural collapse during construction could kill hundreds of workers, damage surrounding areas, and destroy confidence in a project. Ancient societies, lacking modern safety nets or insurance systems, would be especially vulnerable to such losses. A single failed experiment could lead to abandonment, not because the goal was unimportant, but because the cost had become too great. The emotional and psychological impact of such failures should not be underestimated. A monument intended to honor gods or rulers could quickly become a symbol of hubris or divine disfavor. There is also the possibility that ancient builders encountered phenomena they could not explain. Some megastructures show evidence of acoustic, electromagnetic, or geological properties that modern science is only beginning to study. Certain stone arrangements amplify sound, alter perception, or interact with the Earth's magnetic field. If ancient civilizations were experimenting with these effects, attempting to harness natural forces in ways we do not fully understand, they may have stumbled into dangerous or destabilizing territory. An unfinished structure, in this context, could represent an experiment halted for reasons deliberately erased from cultural memory. As we examine these sites, it becomes clear that unfinished megastructures are not simply about what ancient people could not do. They are about what they dared to try. They reflect a mindset willing to invest enormous resources into ideas that had no guarantee of success. This willingness suggests confidence, curiosity, and perhaps a worldview that valued exploration over certainty. Modern narratives often portray ancient civilizations as static or conservative, but these unfinished projects tell a different story, one of bold experimentation and intellectual risk-taking. The implications of this perspective are profound. If ancient societies were pushing technological, architectural, and conceptual boundaries, then our understanding of progress becomes less linear. Instead of a steady climb from primitive to advanced, history begins to look like a series of peaks and valleys, moments of extraordinary achievement followed by loss, regression, or transformation. Unfinished megastructures mark the edges of those peaks, the points where ambition outpaced stability. Standing before these ancient, incomplete giants, we are forced to confront an uncomfortable truth. Our ancestors were not simply building monuments, they were testing the limits of what it meant to be human. They grappled with forces larger than themselves, whether material, environmental, or cosmic. Sometimes they succeeded beyond imagination. Sometimes they stopped, leaving behind questions instead of answers. Those questions still echo today, carved into stone, asking us whether progress is truly about finishing what we start, or whether it is about daring to begin, even when the outcome is uncertain. As the investigation moves further, another unsettling dimension begins to surface, one that goes beyond engineering limits or sudden abandonment and enters the realm of intentional secrecy. In several unfinished ancient megastructures, there are signs that construction was not merely halted, but deliberately stopped, sealed, or altered in ways that suggest knowledge was being protected, hidden, or even erased. These are not the marks of failure or chaos, they feel calculated. In some places, access points were blocked, corridors filled with rubble, chambers concealed behind false walls, and vital sections left deliberately incomplete. This raises a disturbing question: what if some ancient projects were never meant to be finished because finishing them would reveal something dangerous, sacred, or destabilizing? Consider the vast underground complexes found beneath several ancient cities. In Egypt, beneath the Giza Plateau, there are tunnels, shafts, and chambers that remain unexplored or poorly documented. Some shafts appear to lead nowhere, stopping abruptly or narrowing until passage becomes impossible. Others descend deep into the bedrock, only to end in sealed chambers with no inscriptions explaining their purpose. The surface monuments above ground feel complete and ceremonial, but beneath them lies an unfinished, hidden world that suggests a second layer of intent. Why would a civilization invest so much effort underground only to leave it incomplete or inaccessible? Similar patterns appear in Turkey at Göbekli Tepe, one of the most important archaeological discoveries of the modern era. While not unfinished in the conventional sense, Göbekli Tepe presents a different kind of incompletion. The massive stone circles, carved with intricate animal symbols, were deliberately buried by the builders themselves. This was not erosion or neglect, it was intentional concealment. The structures were not allowed to stand indefinitely. They were completed enough to serve their purpose, then erased from the visible world. The act of burial feels like a deliberate closing of a chapter, as if the builders wanted to ensure that whatever knowledge or ritual took place there would not persist unchanged into the future. This idea of controlled incompletion challenges the assumption that ancient people always sought permanence. In many cultures, knowledge was power, and power was dangerous if misused. Sacred information was often restricted to priests, initiates, or rulers. If a structure was designed to facilitate advanced rituals, astronomical observations, or altered states of consciousness, it may have been intentionally left incomplete to prevent uninitiated access. Finishing it could mean making it too accessible, too permanent, too vulnerable. At several megalithic sites, the most technically advanced features are found in the least accessible areas. Deep chambers, hidden passages, and sealed rooms often display the highest level of craftsmanship. This suggests that the builders prioritized function over visibility. The unfinished outer layers may have been irrelevant, even intentionally neglected, once the inner purpose was fulfilled. To modern eyes, this looks like abandonment. To ancient minds, it may have represented completion at a level we no longer recognize. There is also evidence that some unfinished megastructures were modified after construction began, as if the builders changed their minds mid-project. In Egypt's Valley of the Kings, some tombs show signs of redesign, with corridors abruptly turning, chambers reduced in size, or decorative plans abandoned entirely. In certain cases, Earlier carvings were plastered over or recarved with different symbols. These changes suggest not just logistical adjustments, but ideological shifts. Something changed in belief, doctrine, or knowledge that made the original design undesirable or unsafe. This phenomenon becomes even more intriguing when viewed through the lens of ancient initiation systems. Many civilizations believed that knowledge had to be earned through stages of understanding. Architecture often mirrored this progression, guiding individuals through symbolic journeys of darkness, challenge, and revelation. An unfinished structure could represent a journey intentionally left incomplete, accessible only to those who knew how to continue it mentally or spiritually. The physical incompletion may have been part of the design, forcing seekers to rely on inner transformation rather than external completion. In Mesoamerica, certain pyramid complexes show evidence that construction stopped once specific astronomical alignments were achieved. Even though additional levels or decorations were planned, work ceased after the core alignment was established. This suggests that the true purpose of the structure was fulfilled at a specific moment, not when the monument reached visual perfection. From this perspective, completion is not about aesthetics or scale, but about timing and function. Once the cosmic requirement was met, continuing construction may have been unnecessary or even counterproductive. Another layer of mystery emerges when we consider ancient myths that warn against forbidden knowledge. Stories of gods punishing humans for reaching too high appear across cultures. From Mesopotamian flood myths to Greek tales of hubris, there is a recurring theme: some knowledge is not meant to be fully realized. If ancient builders believed that certain discoveries could disrupt cosmic balance, they may have deliberately stopped short, leaving structures unfinished as a safeguard against overreach. This idea aligns with the possibility that some megastructures were experimental, testing forces or principles not fully understood. If early results were promising but unpredictable, abandoning the project could have been an act of caution rather than failure. The absence of written records explaining these decisions may itself be intentional. Dangerous knowledge is often preserved through silence rather than documentation. What makes this interpretation especially unsettling is the consistency of these patterns across cultures that had no known contact with one another. The deliberate burial of sites, the sealing of chambers, the abandonment of advanced construction phases all point to a shared understanding: not everything should be completed, and not everything should endure. This challenges the modern obsession with progress, permanence, and transparency. Ancient civilizations may have been more comfortable with limits, with knowing when to stop. Emotionally, these sites carry a different weight than those abandoned due to disaster or decline. They feel quiet, restrained, almost respectful. The stones are not scattered in panic, they are placed carefully, then left. The silence feels intentional. Standing in such places, one gets the sense that the builders stepped away with purpose, not regret. They knew something we do not. If this is true, then unfinished ancient megastructures are not signs of loss or failure, but evidence of restraint. They suggest that ancient civilizations understood the consequences of unchecked ambition. They recognized thresholds that should not be crossed lightly. In a world where power and knowledge could easily destabilize society, leaving something incomplete may have been the most responsible choice. As we reflect on these possibilities, the mystery deepens rather than resolves. The unfinished stones, sealed chambers, and buried temples challenge us to reconsider what completion truly means. Perhaps the greatest legacy of these ancient builders is not what they finished, but what they chose to leave undone, trusting that future generations would sense the weight of that decision, even if they never fully understood the reason behind it. As the picture grows wider, another layer of unease begins to settle in, one that challenges not only what ancient civilizations were capable of, but what they may have deliberately avoided finishing because of fear, warning, or unintended consequences. Across continents, there are megastructures that show signs not just of abandonment or secrecy, but of hesitation, as if the builders reached a point where continuing forward felt dangerous. These sites feel like thresholds, places where ambition slowed, caution set in, and something invisible forced a pause that history never properly recorded. In several ancient cultures, there was a deep belief that certain places were powerful in ways that demanded respect. Mountains, fault lines, underground caverns, and intersections of natural forces were often considered sacred or dangerous. When megastructures were built on or near these locations, construction sometimes stopped abruptly after reaching a specific depth, height, or alignment. It is tempting to interpret this as coincidence or technical difficulty, but the repetition of this pattern suggests intention. The builders may have sensed that they were interfering with forces they only partially understood. At sites like the Great Pyramid, internal chambers and shafts lead to dead ends or stop short of expected destinations. Some shafts appear carefully angled towards specific stars yet were never fully opened. Others narrow so precisely that human access becomes impossible. This feels less like poor planning and more like controlled limitation. The builders knew where they were going, but chose not to go all the way. It is as if the structure itself was designed to approach something, acknowledge it, and then stop, respecting a boundary that modern observers cannot see. Ancient texts, where they exist, often speak in metaphors rather than technical explanations. They describe gods who descended from the sky, knowledge that came from the heavens, and disasters that followed misuse of sacred power. While modern interpretations tend to mythologize these stories, it is possible they preserve warnings encoded in symbolic language. If ancient builders believed that certain alignments, energies, or discoveries could destabilize society or nature itself, leaving a structure unfinished may have been a deliberate act of restraint rather than failure. This idea becomes even more compelling when examining sites where construction quality is exceptionally high up to a point, then suddenly stops without gradual decline. At several megalithic locations, the deepest or most central elements are the most refined, while outer layers remain rough or incomplete. This inversion defies modern logic, which prioritizes visible completion. It suggests that the core purpose was achieved early, and everything beyond that was optional or even unnecessary. Once the essential function was fulfilled, continuing construction may have been seen as risky or pointless. In ancient cultures, knowledge was often tied to responsibility. Priests, architects, and rulers were not just builders, they were guardians of balance. If a structure served as a tool for observing cosmic cycles, influencing natural forces, or facilitating altered states of consciousness, misuse could have severe consequences. Completing such a structure might make it too accessible, too tempting for those unprepared to understand its purpose. Leaving it unfinished would preserve its power while limiting its reach. There is also the psychological dimension to consider. Ancient societies were deeply aware of cycles of rise and fall. They witnessed cities collapse, climates change, and empires disappear. This awareness likely shaped their approach to permanence. Unlike modern cultures that often seek to dominate nature and leave lasting marks, ancient builders may have valued impermanence as a form of wisdom. An unfinished structure could serve as a reminder that nothing, not even stone, is meant to last forever in a fixed state. Some unfinished megastructures sit in locations that later generations actively avoided. Legends grew around them, warning of curses, spirits, or divine punishment. While these stories are often dismissed as superstition, they may reflect inherited memories of why construction stopped in the first place. A place associated with danger or imbalance would naturally become taboo, ensuring that the original boundary set by the builders was respected long after their knowledge faded. At certain sites, evidence suggests that construction resumed briefly after a long pause, only to stop again. This pattern implies that later generations attempted to reclaim or complete ancient projects without fully understanding their purpose. When these attempts failed or produced unexpected results, abandonment followed once more. Each layer of interruption adds to the sense that something about these structures resisted completion, as if the stone itself carried a warning. What is particularly striking is that these patterns appear in cultures separated by vast distances and time periods. From the Andes to the Nile, from Anatolia to Mesoamerica, ancient builders reached moments where they chose restraint over completion. This consistency hints at a shared human experience rather than isolated incidents. It suggests that at some point in our past, civilizations encountered limits that were not technological, but philosophical and ethical. Emotionally, these unfinished structures carry a heavy presence. They do not feel like ruins abandoned in defeat, but like spaces deliberately left open, unresolved. Standing among them, one senses intention rather than neglect. The silence feels purposeful, as if the absence of completion is itself a message. It forces observers to confront uncertainty, to accept that not all questions are meant to be answered, not all projects meant to be finished. In a modern world obsessed with optimization, efficiency, and closure, this ancient approach feels foreign and unsettling. We are taught to finish what we start, to push through obstacles, to conquer limitations. Ancient builders may have held a different philosophy, one that recognized when stopping was wiser than continuing. Their unfinished megastructures stand as quiet contradictions to our assumptions about progress. If we consider the possibility that ancient civilizations possessed knowledge that demanded restraint, the implications are profound. It suggests that our ancestors may have understood dangers that we are only beginning to rediscover. Whether those dangers were environmental, psychological, or related to forces we do not yet comprehend, the decision to leave something unfinished could have been an act of foresight rather than fear. These sites challenge us not just to marvel at what ancient people built, but to reflect on what they chose not to build. In that choice lies a form of wisdom that modern society often overlooks. The unfinished stones, the halted corridors, the sealed chambers all point to a moment where someone, somewhere, decided that completion was not the highest goal. As we continue to study these places, the question shifts from how ancient civilizations failed to finish their greatest works, to why they may have chosen not to. And in that shift, the mystery deepens, inviting us to reconsider our own relationship with knowledge, power, and the responsibility that comes with both. As the journey continues, another deeply unsettling realization begins to take shape, one that forces us to confront not only the intentions of ancient builders but also the possibility that some unfinished megastructures were left incomplete because their creators understood something about humanity itself. These monuments may not only reflect limits of technology, fear of consequences, or hidden knowledge, but also an awareness of human behavior, power, and corruption. In this light, incompletion starts to feel less like an accident or restraint and more like a safeguard against ourselves. Throughout history, whenever advanced knowledge or powerful tools have been concentrated in the hands of a few, the results have often been destructive. Ancient civilizations were not naive about this reality. They witnessed how power could destabilize societies, how sacred roles could be abused, and how technological or spiritual authority could shift balance toward tyranny. If certain megastructures were designed to amplify influence, control natural forces, or elevate leaders to godlike status, finishing them might have posed a risk not just to nature or the cosmos, but to social order itself. Some unfinished structures appear to sit at the intersection of religion, governance, and control. Massive temples, platforms, and ceremonial complexes were not merely places of worship, they were stages of authority. They reinforced hierarchies, legitimized rulers, and shaped collective belief. Leaving such a structure unfinished could be a deliberate act to prevent absolute consolidation of power. A monument left incomplete sends a subtle but powerful message: authority is provisional, not eternal. In ancient Egypt, for example, the scale of royal monuments evolved alongside the concentration of political power. When pharaohs were seen as divine intermediaries, construction reached unprecedented levels. Yet periods of instability often coincide with unfinished tombs and temples. While this is commonly attributed to economic or political disruption, it is possible that resistance also played a role. A project halted midway could represent opposition, internal conflict, or even silent rebellion against unchecked authority. Stone, in this sense, becomes a political statement. This idea becomes even more compelling when we examine societies that deliberately avoided finishing monuments associated with individual rulers. In some cultures, rulers who fell from favor had their projects abandoned, names erased, or monuments left incomplete as a form of condemnation. The incompletion was not due to inability but intention. It was a way to deny permanence, to prevent a single individual from achieving immortality through stone. The unfinished structure becomes an act of historical editing, a refusal to allow memory to solidify. Beyond politics, there is the question of psychological impact. Monumental architecture shapes how people see themselves within the world. Structures of overwhelming scale can inspire awe, obedience, and submission. Ancient builders understood this deeply. If a structure became too dominant, too imposing, it could alter societal balance, diminishing individual agency. Leaving it unfinished may have been a way to preserve psychological equilibrium, ensuring that no single space or symbol overshadowed the human experience entirely. Some unfinished megastructures show signs that construction stopped just short of achieving maximum visual dominance. Platforms that could have supported towering superstructures were left flat. Towers that could have pierced the skyline were halted at modest heights. This restraint suggests awareness of symbolism. Height, mass, and enclosure all influence perception. Stopping before reaching extremes may have been a conscious choice to limit influence rather than a failure to achieve it. There is also the possibility that ancient builders recognized the danger of dependency. If a society becomes too reliant on a single sacred site, a single technological system, or a single source of authority, its collapse becomes inevitable if that focal point fails. Leaving projects unfinished could have been a strategy to distribute meaning and power rather than concentrate it. Incompleteness encourages adaptation, interpretation, and decentralization. When viewed through this lens, unfinished megastructures begin to look like warnings rather than mysteries. They are reminders that no system, no leader, no knowledge should be absolute. The builders may have intentionally embedded humility into their architecture, resisting the temptation to finalize what could dominate future generations. In a world where permanence often equates to control, incompletion becomes an act of wisdom. Emotionally, this interpretation adds a new layer of gravity to these sites. They are not just silent ruins but conscious decisions frozen in time. Each unfinished wall, each abandoned platform represents a moment when someone chose restraint over dominance. That choice echoes forward, challenging modern assumptions that bigger, higher, and more permanent are always better. Modern societies often celebrate completion as success. Projects are measured by their finality, their polish, their ability to endure unchanged. Ancient builders may have understood that endurance itself can be dangerous. A monument that cannot adapt becomes obsolete or oppressive. Leaving something unfinished allows future generations to reinterpret, repurpose, or even dismantle without violating a sacred final form. In some cases, later civilizations attempted to finish ancient structures, only to abandon the effort. This suggests that the original intent was either misunderstood or incompatible with new values. The failure to complete what was left unfinished may not reflect technical limitations, but ethical ones. Something about the structure resisted completion across generations, as if it carried an implicit instruction to stop. This resistance can also be seen in myths and legends surrounding unfinished sites. Stories of curses, madness, or downfall often accompany attempts to alter or complete ancient monuments. While these tales are often dismissed as folklore, they may encode cultural memory of why restraint was originally exercised. Fear becomes a tool to preserve boundaries long after the original reasoning is forgotten. What makes this perspective especially powerful is how relevant it feels today. Modern humanity stands on the edge of completing projects that could permanently reshape the planet and ourselves. Artificial intelligence, genetic engineering, and global surveillance all echo the ancient dilemma: just because we can finish something, should we? The unfinished megastructures of the past stand as ancient mirrors, reflecting our current crossroads. These sites challenge the idea that progress is linear and that completion is always desirable. They suggest that wisdom sometimes lies in knowing when to stop, when to leave space for uncertainty, when to accept that not all potential should be realized. In Stone and Silence, ancient civilizations may be speaking directly to us, offering a lesson carved not in words but in absence. As we stand among these unfinished giants, the mystery shifts again. It is no longer just about lost technology or forgotten catastrophes. It becomes a question of intent, ethics, and restraint. The stones ask us not what ancient people failed to do, but what they chose not to finish, and why. And in that unanswered question lies one of the most profound legacies they left behind. As the story moves forward, a broader realization begins to emerge, one that connects unfinished ancient megastructures not only to their original builders, but to every civilization that came after them. These structures did not simply fade into obscurity once construction stopped. They became reference points, sources of fascination, fear, inspiration, and misunderstanding for later cultures. In many cases, subsequent civilizations encountered these unfinished monuments and tried to interpret them through their own beliefs, often without grasping the original intent. What followed was a long chain of reinterpretation, imitation, and failed attempts to complete what was never meant to be finished. Across history, later societies often assumed that unfinished ancient structures represented failures, abandoned ambitions, or lost opportunities. Driven by curiosity or desire for legitimacy, they attempted to restore, reuse, or complete these monuments. Yet again and again, these efforts stalled. Stones were repurposed but never fully integrated. Additions looked crude compared to the original work. Projects were started with confidence and then quietly abandoned. It is as if these ancient megastructures resisted completion, not just once, but repeatedly across time. In Rome, for example, builders frequently reused stones from earlier civilizations, including megalithic foundations whose original purpose they did not fully understand. While Roman engineering was advanced, there are notable instances where additions to older structures appear awkward or incomplete. The Romans could dominate landscapes, but even they seemed hesitant to alter certain ancient foundations too drastically. Some structures were left partially restored, others incorporated but never fully absorbed. This selective approach suggests a recognition, conscious or not, that some ancient works carried an authority that could not be easily overridden. In the Middle Ages, unfinished ancient structures became surrounded by myth. Cathedrals were built near Roman ruins, castles rose beside megaliths, and legends grew around places where construction had mysteriously stopped. People believed giants had built them, or that supernatural forces were involved. While these explanations were symbolic, they served a practical function. They discouraged tampering. Fear preserved what understanding could not. The unfinished state of these structures reinforced their mystery, making them untouchable. What is striking is that even when later civilizations possessed the resources and motivation to complete these structures, they often chose not to. In some cases, they actively avoided finishing them, preserving the incomplete form as something sacred or forbidden. This suggests that incompletion itself became part of the monument's identity. The unfinished state was no longer a flaw, it was the feature that gave the site its power. This pattern challenges the idea that ancient megastructures were meant to serve a single generation. Instead, they appear to have been designed to exist across time, interacting differently with each culture that encountered them. Their incompletion ensured that no single civilization could fully claim them. They remained open-ended, resistant to ownership, interpretation, and control. In this way, unfinished structures became timeless, belonging to no one and everyone at once. From a psychological perspective, unfinished forms are powerful. They invite imagination. They provoke questions. A completed monument tells you what to think, an unfinished one forces you to wonder. Ancient builders may have understood this deeply. By leaving their greatest works unresolved, they ensured that future generations would engage with them not as static relics, but as living mysteries. The absence of closure becomes a form of communication across centuries. This may explain why unfinished megastructures continue to capture modern attention more intensely than many completed monuments. Tourists, researchers, and storytellers are drawn not just to what is there, but to what is missing. The gaps become spaces for speculation, for fear, for awe. In a strange way, incompletion gives these structures more longevity than perfection ever could. Modern attempts to analyze and replicate ancient construction methods often focus on finished monuments, yet it is the unfinished sites that reveal the most. Quarries with half-cut stones, walls left unpolished, ramps abandoned mid-use all expose processes that finished monuments conceal. These places offer rare glimpses into ancient thinking, decision-making, and moments of interruption. They are snapshots of history paused, not concluded. Yet even with modern technology, we struggle to resume where ancient builders left off. Proposals to move unfinished stones, complete ancient obelisks, or restore megastructures frequently encounter practical, ethical, or cultural resistance. There is an unspoken hesitation, a sense that finishing these works would violate something intangible. The question is not whether we can finish them, but whether we should. This hesitation mirrors the ancient restraint that likely led to the original incompletion. Across millennia, different cultures arrive at the same conclusion: some things are better left unresolved. Whether due to respect, fear, or intuition, the result is the same. The unfinished state endures. From a philosophical standpoint, unfinished megastructures challenge humanity's obsession with permanence. They suggest that meaning does not require completion. In fact, completion may diminish meaning by freezing it. An unfinished structure remains dynamic, interpreted differently by each generation. It evolves without changing physically. That paradox may be one of the most sophisticated ideas ancient builders ever expressed. There is also a moral dimension to this legacy. Unfinished monuments remind us that power, knowledge, and ambition must be tempered by humility. They stand as evidence that ancient civilizations, despite their achievements, recognized limits. They understood that leaving something incomplete could be an act of responsibility, not weakness. That lesson becomes increasingly relevant as modern humanity gains tools capable of reshaping the planet and itself. Emotionally, these sites evoke a sense of suspended time. Standing among them feels different from standing in ruins of destruction. There is no violence frozen in stone, no clear narrative of collapse. Instead, there is quiet intention. The structures feel paused rather than broken. That pause invites reflection, not judgment. As we consider how unfinished megastructures shaped the civilizations that followed, it becomes clear that their greatest impact may not lie in what they were meant to be, but in what they became. They became teachers without words, forcing each generation to confront uncertainty, limitation, and responsibility. They refuse to give easy answers, and in doing so, they remain endlessly relevant. Perhaps this is why, despite centuries of study, these structures still resist definitive explanation. Their purpose may not have been to convey a single truth, but to provoke continuous questioning. In that sense, they have succeeded beyond measure. They have outlived empires, religions, and languages, not because they were completed, but because they were not. The unfinished stones remain where they are, heavy with silence, waiting not for completion, but for understanding. And as long as humanity continues to wrestle with ambition, power, and restraint, these ancient megastructures will continue to speak, not through what they are, but through what they deliberately chose not to become. As the mystery stretches even further, a more uncomfortable idea begins to surface, one that shifts attention away from ancient builders and toward the forces that may have intervened in their plans. What if some unfinished megastructures were not stopped by human choice, fear, or restraint alone, but by events so overwhelming that entire populations were displaced, scattered, or erased before their work could continue? In this view, incompletion becomes a fingerprint of interruption, a moment where human intention collided with forces far larger and more indifferent than any civilization. Throughout the ancient world, there is growing evidence that humanity experienced episodes of sudden disruption. Layers of ash, signs of rapid flooding, abandoned settlements, and abrupt changes in building styles all hint at moments when normal life was violently interrupted. When these disruptions are placed alongside unfinished megastructures, a troubling pattern emerges. Construction often stops not gradually, but sharply, as if time itself broke continuity. These are not projects that faded out over generations. They feel cut short. In parts of the ancient Near East, entire cities appear to have been abandoned rapidly. Walls remain half-built, temples incomplete, foundations prepared for structures that were never raised. Archaeological layers show signs of intense heat, seismic activity, or flooding, sometimes occurring within a very narrow time window. If a catastrophic event struck suddenly, survival would have replaced monument building overnight. Skilled workers, engineers, and planners may have died or fled, taking their knowledge with them. Without continuity of expertise, resuming such projects would be impossible, even for descendants who returned later. The idea of catastrophe is often dismissed as sensational, yet ancient traditions around the world speak of great floods, fires from the sky, and ages of darkness. While mythologized, these stories appear across cultures that had no contact with one another. They may preserve fragmented memories of real events, compressed into symbolic narratives. If such events occurred, unfinished megastructures would be exactly what we would expect to find: frozen intentions interrupted by survival-level chaos. In South America, there are sites where construction stopped at multiple locations simultaneously. Massive stone platforms, walls, and temples show no signs of gradual decline. Instead, work ceases across entire regions. This synchrony suggests a shared cause rather than isolated failures. Environmental changes, such as rapid climate shifts or prolonged droughts, could destabilize food systems and force mass migration. Once populations move, monumental construction rarely resumes, especially when the social structures that supported it collapse. In ancient Anatolia, some megastructures appear to have been abandoned and then partially reused centuries later by cultures that did not fully understand their purpose. The gaps between phases of use suggest long periods where sites lay dormant, perhaps feared or avoided. If catastrophic events occurred, the survivors may have carried trauma, associating certain places with disaster. Returning to complete unfinished structures may have felt both impractical and symbolically dangerous. There is also evidence that seismic activity played a role in halting ancient construction. Many unfinished megastructures sit near fault lines or tectonically active regions. Earthquakes could damage partially built monuments, making them unstable or unsafe to continue. In ancient societies, such events were often interpreted as divine warnings. A single earthquake could transform a sacred project into a cursed one overnight. Even if the structure remained standing, the meaning attached to it could shift dramatically, leading to abandonment. What makes this explanation particularly haunting is that catastrophic interruption does not require total destruction to be effective. A civilization does not need to be wiped out to lose continuity. If leadership collapses, trade routes break, or belief systems fracture, large-scale projects become impossible. Monumental construction depends on coordination, shared purpose, and long-term stability. Remove any one of these, and even the most ambitious project will stall. The emotional dimension of this possibility is profound. Imagine generations raised with the belief that a great structure would define their civilization, only to see it left unfinished because survival demanded something else. The stone remains, but the story breaks. Knowledge fragments. Purpose dissolves. Over time, the reason for the structure fades, leaving behind only the physical outline of an interrupted dream. In some regions, unfinished megastructures coexist with evidence of population decline. Burial practices change, settlements shrink, and art becomes simpler. These shifts suggest societies under stress. Monumental ambition gives way to practicality. When basic needs are threatened, grand visions lose relevance. The unfinished structure becomes a relic of a more hopeful time, one that cannot be recovered. Yet even catastrophe does not fully explain why some unfinished structures were never resumed, even centuries later when stability returned. This suggests that interruption may have been followed by reinterpretation. Survivors and descendants may have reimagined the meaning of these sites, viewing them as reminders of vulnerability rather than ambition. Completing them might have felt like tempting fate, repeating a mistake that once ended badly. There is a quiet humility in this response. Rather than defying disaster by finishing what was started, ancient people may have chosen to remember and adapt. The unfinished structure becomes a memorial, not to achievement, but to limitation. It marks a boundary where human plans were humbled by reality. This interpretation also forces us to reconsider the resilience of ancient civilizations. They were not just builders, they were survivors. The decision to abandon monumental projects may reflect wisdom rather than weakness. Preserving life, culture, and knowledge, even in reduced form, may have mattered more than completing stone visions of permanence. In modern times, we often view unfinished ancient megastructures through the lens of loss, imagining what might have been. But from the perspective of those who lived through interruption, the unfinished state may have been a necessary compromise. It allowed continuity of people, if not of monuments. What remains striking is that these interrupted projects still stand, enduring far longer than the societies that built them. The irony is sharp. The very structures left incomplete by catastrophe often outlast complete cities erased by time. Incompleteness, once again, becomes a form of survival. As we trace these patterns across continents, the unfinished megastructures begin to feel like scars rather than failures. They mark moments when humanity encountered limits imposed by nature or fate. They remind us that progress is fragile, easily broken by forces beyond control. In the silence of these sites, there is no clear narrative of defeat or triumph. There is only interruption. That interruption speaks louder than completion ever could. It tells us that ancient civilizations were not invincible, but neither were they careless. They adapted, moved on, and left behind stone reminders of moments when the future they imagined could not continue. As modern observers, we stand at these same thresholds, surrounded by our own unfinished ambitions. Climate instability, global uncertainty, and technological risk echo the vulnerabilities of the past. The unfinished megastructures of ancient civilizations do not simply belong to history. They mirror our present, warning us that even the grandest plans can be paused, altered, or abandoned when reality intervenes. In that reflection lies their deepest power. They are not just ancient ruins. They are lessons in interruption, humility, and survival, carved into stone and left unfinished so that we would be forced to notice. As the investigation presses on, another disturbing possibility emerges, one that shifts attention away from natural disasters or human restraint and toward conflict, conquest, and the deliberate erasure of knowledge. In many parts of the ancient world, unfinished megastructures appear alongside evidence of invasion, cultural replacement, and abrupt changes in power. These were not peaceful transitions. They were moments when one worldview violently collided with another, and in that collision, monumental projects lost their meaning, their protectors, and their future. Large-scale construction requires more than stone and labor. It depends on shared belief, centralized authority, and cultural continuity. When invading forces dismantle those foundations, even the most ambitious projects become meaningless overnight. An unfinished structure tied to a previous ruler, religion, or cosmology would not inspire completion by conquerors who rejected its symbolism. In fact, leaving it unfinished could serve as a statement of dominance, a way of saying that the old order would never be allowed to reach fulfillment. Across the ancient Near East, layers of destruction often coincide with unfinished temples and city walls. Archaeological records show sudden changes in building styles, materials, and religious imagery following invasions. Where one culture's construction stopped, another's began, often without any attempt to finish what was already there. The incomplete structures remained as silent witnesses to the moment power shifted hands. In some cases, conquerors intentionally dismantled unfinished megastructures to reuse materials elsewhere. Stones were removed, inscriptions defaced, and foundations stripped. Yet even then, the core of the structure often remained incomplete rather than repurposed entirely. This suggests hesitation, perhaps fear, or a recognition that the original builders possessed knowledge or intent that the conquerors did not fully understand. Better to leave it broken than risk completing something whose purpose was unclear. The Spanish conquest of the Americas offers a later but revealing parallel. When European forces encountered monumental indigenous structures, many were incomplete or actively abandoned. Some projects had halted shortly before contact, others much earlier. The conquerors often repurposed stones for churches and forts, yet rarely attempted to finish the original designs. The symbolic power of those structures belonged to a belief system they sought to erase, not continue. Incompleteness became a tool of cultural dominance. In ancient Egypt, periods of foreign rule often correspond with unfinished royal projects. When dynasties fell or were replaced, tombs and temples associated with previous rulers were abandoned. New rulers redirected resources toward their own monuments, leaving earlier ones incomplete as a way of severing continuity. In this context, incompletion becomes political violence expressed through architecture. Stone projects do not just stop, they are deliberately allowed to die. There is also evidence that knowledge itself was targeted during conquests. Priests, engineers, and scribes held specialized understanding necessary for monumental construction. When these individuals were killed, enslaved, or displaced, the ability to continue complex projects vanished. Even if a conqueror wanted to finish a structure, the expertise required might no longer exist. The result would be an eternal pause, not by choice, but by loss. This loss of knowledge is particularly haunting because it is often invisible. Unlike burned cities or broken walls, missing expertise leaves no clear trace. We see the unfinished stone, but not the minds that once understood how to shape it. The silence becomes deeper when we realize that entire systems of understanding may have disappeared in a single generation. Some unfinished megastructures show signs that construction stopped precisely at moments of cultural transition. Decorative elements change style abruptly, inscriptions end mid-sentence, or planned expansions were never started. These details suggest interruption rather than decline. They capture moments when one worldview was replaced by another that no longer valued the original project. In regions where religions shifted rapidly, unfinished sacred structures often became taboo. New belief systems labeled old sites as heretical or cursed. Completing them would have been unthinkable. In such cases, incompletion was reinforced by ideology. The structure remained unfinished not because it could not be completed, but because doing so would revive a forbidden past. What makes this pattern especially compelling is that conquerors rarely destroyed unfinished megastructures completely. Instead, they left them standing, incomplete and silent. This choice suggests ambivalence. The structures were too impressive to ignore, too powerful to erase, and too alien to continue. Incompleteness became a compromise between destruction and reverence. Emotionally, these sites carry the weight of cultural trauma. They are places where continuity was broken not by nature, but by human violence. The unfinished walls feel like interrupted conversations, stories cut off mid-thought. Standing among them, one senses loss not just of labor, but of meaning. This perspective reframes unfinished megastructures as monuments to cultural rupture. They are not just about what ancient people failed to finish, but about what they were prevented from finishing. The stone remembers conflict even when written records do not. It preserves the moment when one civilization's future was replaced by another's present. There is also a sobering lesson here about the fragility of knowledge. Monumental construction gives the illusion of permanence, but it depends on living systems of transmission. Once those systems are disrupted, even the strongest stone becomes vulnerable to abandonment. The unfinished megastructure becomes a reminder that progress is not cumulative by default. It can be reversed, erased, or forgotten. In some cases, later civilizations attempted to revive ancient unfinished projects, believing they could reclaim lost greatness. These attempts often failed or resulted in crude additions that never matched the original quality. The gap between intent and execution highlights how much had been lost. The knowledge required to finish the structure no longer existed, even if the desire did. This raises an unsettling possibility that some unfinished megastructures represent the last visible traces of advanced traditions that were intentionally suppressed. If conquerors feared the power or influence of certain knowledge systems, allowing their physical expressions to remain unfinished could have been a strategic choice. The structure stands as a shell, impressive but inert, stripped of the understanding that once animated it. As we consider these possibilities, unfinished megastructures begin to feel like casualties of history rather than mysteries of engineering alone. They are victims of conflict, ideology, and human ambition turned destructive. Their incompletion is not always a choice or a warning, sometimes it is the result of violence and loss. Yet even in this darker interpretation, there is resilience. Despite conquest and erasure, these unfinished structures still stand. They outlasted the conflicts that interrupted them. They refuse to be fully claimed by any single narrative. In their incompletion, they preserve the memory of what once was, even when those memories were meant to be destroyed. In the end, these megastructures remind us that history is not just built by creators, but shaped by those who interrupt, conquer, and replace. The unfinished stone tells a story of ambition halted by power, of knowledge lost to violence, and of cultures silenced before they could complete their visions. As we continue forward, the question deepens. How many unfinished ancient megastructures are not puzzles of technology, but scars of human conflict? And how much of our past remains incomplete not because it could not continue, but because it was never allowed to? As attention moves beyond conflict and conquest, another layer of the mystery begins to surface, one that is quieter, more deliberate, and in many ways more unsettling. Some unfinished ancient megastructures do not show signs of disaster, invasion, or sudden abandonment. Instead, they appear to have been paused intentionally, as if the builders reached a point where continuation was no longer desired. This possibility challenges one of our deepest assumptions about ancient ambition, that bigger, grander, and more complete was always the goal. In several ancient sites, construction halts occur at oddly precise stages. Foundations are flawlessly prepared, massive stones carefully placed, and alignment work completed with extraordinary accuracy. Then, inexplicably, the process stops. There is no evidence of panic, destruction, or resource depletion. Tools are not dropped mid-task. Settlements nearby continue to show signs of normal life. This suggests that the decision to stop was conscious rather than forced. This raises a difficult question. Why would a civilization capable of such advanced planning and execution willingly leave a megastructure unfinished? One possible answer lies in the idea that these structures were never meant to be completed in the way modern observers assume. Completion, in the ancient mindset, may not have been a physical endpoint but a symbolic threshold. Once a certain stage was reached, the structure may have already fulfilled its purpose. In many ancient belief systems, construction was not just an engineering task but a ritual process. The act of building itself held spiritual significance. Each phase could represent a cosmic principle, a mythological event, or a transition between states of existence. In this context, stopping at a particular stage would not indicate failure but fulfillment. The structure's power may have been activated precisely by remaining incomplete. There are traditions across cultures that emphasize balance rather than finality. Perfection, in some philosophies, was seen as dangerous or arrogant. Leaving something unfinished could be a deliberate act of humility, a recognition that humans should not attempt to rival the gods by completing works of absolute perfection. In this view, incompletion becomes a form of wisdom rather than weakness. some ancient texts hint at this mindset indirectly. They speak of sacred limits, thresholds not meant to be crossed, and knowledge that must remain partially hidden. If a megastructure was designed to embody cosmic order, finishing it entirely might have symbolized overreach. Stopping short could have been a way to honor the unseen forces believed to govern reality. Architectural evidence supports this possibility in subtle ways. Certain unfinished structures appear fully functional at their incomplete stage. Platforms are level and stable, corridors align with celestial events, and acoustics behave as if intentionally tuned. Additional layers or decorative elements, which were never added, may have been optional rather than essential. The core function was already achieved. In some cases, later generations did not attempt to finish these structures, even when they clearly possessed the means to do so. This continuity of restraint suggests that the reason for stopping was preserved through tradition. The knowledge of why the structure remained unfinished may have been passed down, even if the explanation itself has since been lost. There is also the possibility that these megastructures were experimental by design. Ancient builders may have been testing principles of geometry, acoustics, astronomy, or material behavior on a monumental scale. Once the experiment yielded its results, there was no need to continue. The structure had served its purpose as a tool of discovery rather than a finished monument. This idea reframes ancient civilizations as innovators rather than mere monument builders. It suggests they engaged in large-scale experimentation that we are only beginning to recognize. The unfinished state of these structures could represent conclusions rather than interruptions. Psychologically, this challenges modern expectations. Today, unfinished projects are often seen as failures or signs of abandonment. But ancient societies may have valued process over outcome. The journey of construction, the communal effort, and the alignment with natural cycles could have mattered more than a final, polished result. There are also practical reasons why intentional incompletion might have been preserved. Completing a structure could lock its meaning in time, while leaving it unfinished allows future reinterpretation. An incomplete form invites participation from imagination and ritual. It remains open, adaptable, and alive rather than sealed into a single purpose. This openness may explain why some unfinished megastructures became focal points for multiple cultures over thousands of years. Each group interacted with the site differently, adding meaning without altering the core structure. Completion would have closed that dialogue. Incompleteness kept it accessible. Another intriguing possibility is that some structures were intentionally left unfinished as warnings. They may have symbolized boundaries humanity should not cross, lessons encoded in stone. By stopping at a certain point, builders could demonstrate capability without exercising it fully. The message would be clear to those who understood, we can go this far, but no further. This concept resonates with ancient myths about forbidden knowledge and divine punishment. Stories of humans reaching too high and suffering consequences appear globally. Unfinished megastructures may represent a silent acknowledgement of those myths, a physical embodiment of restraint. Emotionally, this interpretation adds a layer of quiet dignity to these sites. Instead of desperation or loss, there is intention and control. The builders were not defeated. They chose to stop. That choice carries weight, especially when we consider the effort already invested. Standing before such a structure, one might imagine the final decision being made not in chaos, but in ceremony. Leaders, priests, or elders agreeing that the moment had been reached, that the purpose was fulfilled. Tools laid down not in panic, but in reverence. This perspective also raises uncomfortable questions about our own relationship with progress. Modern society often equates advancement with completion, expansion, and dominance. Ancient intentional incompletion suggests an alternative philosophy, one where knowing when to stop was as important as knowing how to begin. The absence of clear records explaining these decisions frustrates modern researchers, but that silence may be part of the design. Knowledge meant to be preserved symbolically rather than verbally resists easy decoding. The unfinished structure becomes a riddle that must be felt as much as analyzed. As we move through these sites, the lack of completion invites speculation, but also reflection. What if the mystery is not why they failed to finish, but why we assume they should have? What if incompletion was the message? These megastructures may not be ruins of abandoned dreams, but deliberate monuments to limits, balance, and restraint. They challenge the narrative that ancient civilizations were always striving toward endless growth. Instead, they suggest a sophisticated understanding of when ambition becomes excess. In the end, the intentional pause carved into these stones may be the most advanced concept of all. It reflects a civilization confident enough to stop, wise enough to leave space unfinished, and secure enough to let future generations wonder why. As the narrative deepens, another explanation begins to take shape, one rooted not in catastrophe, conquest, or philosophy, but in the quiet, often overlooked reality of logistics. Monumental construction is not only about vision or skill. It is about supply chains, resource management, and sustained coordination over time. When we look closely at many unfinished ancient megastructures, subtle clues suggest that the breaking point may have come not from inability to build, but from the immense strain of keeping the process alive. Ancient builders did not operate in isolation. Every massive stone block represented a network of quarry workers, transport teams, planners, and caretakers. Timber had to be sourced, ropes produced, tools maintained, food provided, and labor organized. If even one link in this chain weakened, progress could slow or stop entirely. In societies without industrial redundancy, logistical collapse could occur silently, without leaving dramatic traces of disaster. Some unfinished megastructures sit near quarries that show signs of abrupt abandonment. Tool marks stop mid-face. Partially extracted stones remain attached to bedrock. Paths worn by transport sleds fade suddenly. These details suggest that the decision to stop was not made at the monument itself, but upstream, at the source. If quarrying ceased, construction would inevitably follow. Why would quarrying stop? Resource exhaustion is one possibility. Even ancient civilizations with advanced stoneworking knowledge were bound by material limits. A quarry could become unstable, flood, or yield stone of declining quality. Transport routes could erode, rivers change course, or forests needed for rollers and scaffolding become depleted. When the cost of extraction outweighed the perceived benefit, continuing may have seemed irrational. This kind of stopping point would not look dramatic in the archaeological record. There would be no burned layers or toppled walls. Instead, there would be quiet incompletion. Stones already placed would remain, while those planned next would never arrive. Over time, the memory of why work stopped would fade, leaving only the physical pause behind. Labor dynamics also play a crucial role. Monumental construction requires sustained motivation across years or even generations. If social contracts shifted, labor availability could vanish. A population under pressure from famine, disease, or political change might still survive, but no longer have surplus energy to devote to grand projects. People would return to farming, defense, or migration. The structure would wait, unfinished. Interestingly, some sites show signs that labor was redirected rather than lost. Nearby settlements expand, defensive works increase, or smaller practical buildings multiply. This suggests that the society reprioritized rather than collapsed. The megastructure, once central, became optional. In such cases, stopping construction may have been a rational decision driven by changing needs. There is also the issue of technological bottlenecks. Ancient engineering was often highly specialized. Certain stages of construction required specific techniques or tools that could not easily be replaced. If a key tool design was lost, a craftsman died without passing on knowledge, or a crucial material became unavailable, progress could halt permanently. The builders might have known what they wanted to do, but not how to do it anymore. This idea is uncomfortable because it challenges the assumption that ancient knowledge always flowed smoothly forward. Instead, it suggests fragility. Complex systems can fail quietly when expertise becomes too concentrated. An unfinished megastructure may represent the exact moment when knowledge slipped through the cracks. Transportation itself posed enormous challenges. Moving multi-ton stones across uneven terrain required precise timing, seasonal planning, and favorable conditions. A series of failed transport attempts could discourage further effort. If stones broke, routes collapsed, or animals died, the risk might outweigh the reward. Ancient societies were pragmatic. They could abandon even sacred projects if continuation threatened stability. Water management is another overlooked factor. Many megastructures depended on controlled water flow for construction or long-term use. If climate patterns shifted, springs dried up, or floods became unpredictable, building conditions could deteriorate. The structure might remain partially built, waiting for conditions that never returned. What makes logistics especially compelling as an explanation is its invisibility. Unlike war or disaster, logistical failure leaves no dramatic story. It is a slow erosion of possibility. Decisions are made gradually, often without a clear moment of abandonment. One delay becomes another. A pause becomes permanent. Generations later, the structure is simply known as unfinished. This gradual fading aligns with how memory works. Oral traditions rarely preserve logistical explanations. They remember heroes, gods, and catastrophes, not supply shortages or transport failures. As a result, later cultures encountering these sites would invent explanations based on symbolism rather than practicality, deepening the mystery. There is also evidence that some unfinished megastructures were partially dismantled shortly after construction stopped, not by enemies, but by the builders themselves. Stones were reused in nearby projects. This suggests acceptance rather than panic. The decision to stop had been integrated into daily life. The structure was no longer sacred enough to protect, but not meaningless enough to destroy entirely. This middle ground is revealing. It shows that incompletion was not always traumatic. Sometimes it was simply an outcome of adaptation. Ancient civilizations were not obsessed with finishing at all costs. They adjusted to changing realities, even when it meant leaving monumental ambitions behind. Emotionally, this interpretation strips away some of the drama but adds depth. It portrays ancient builders as practical, responsive, and human. They were not always chasing mystery or defying nature. Sometimes they were managing constraints, making hard choices, and letting go. Yet there is still something haunting about these abandoned logistics. The sheer scale of what had already been achieved makes the stopping point feel heavy. So much effort invested, so much coordination achieved, only to reach a limit that could not be crossed. The stones remain as evidence of both capability and constraint. This perspective also forces us to reconsider how we measure advancement. Completion is not the only marker of success. The ability to attempt something massive, to organize society around a shared goal, and to recognize when continuation is no longer viable are all signs of sophistication. In modern terms, we understand this well. Mega projects today are cancelled not because we lack technology, but because costs escalate, priorities shift, or resources run thin. Ancient societies faced similar calculations, just without spreadsheets or digital models. Their unfinished megastructures may be the ancient equivalent of paused infrastructure, frozen mid-vision. As we stand among these stones, imagining the sound of tools that once echoed there, it becomes clear that incompletion does not always signal mystery beyond understanding. Sometimes it reflects decisions made at the edge of sustainability. The builders reached a point where continuing no longer made sense, and they stopped. That decision, preserved in stone, speaks across time. It reminds us that even the most ambitious civilizations were bound by limits, and that recognizing those limits was part of their intelligence. The unfinished megastructure becomes not a riddle of failure, but a monument to realism. And yet, because the reasons were practical and unrecorded, the silence remains. We are left with structures that seem to ask questions without offering answers. In that silence, logistics transforms into mystery, and practicality into wonder. The stones do not tell us why the last block was never placed. They only tell us that it could have been, and that it wasn't. That quiet absence is what keeps us searching, imagining, and returning, drawn again and again to the places where ancient ambition paused and time moved on. As the exploration continues, the mystery takes a turn towards something far more unsettling, an idea that sits at the edge of accepted history and quietly challenges how we define ancient capability. Some unfinished megastructures do not merely suggest interruption, restraint, or logistics. They hint at something far stranger, a sudden loss of technical coherence, as if the builders themselves no longer fully understood the systems they were working with. In these cases, incompletion may reflect not a lack of effort, but a breakdown in comprehension. Across several ancient sites, archaeologists have noticed a peculiar pattern. Early stages of construction display extraordinary precision, consistency, and confidence. Stone blocks are cut with uniform angles, fitted tightly, and aligned with mathematical accuracy. Then, abruptly, later work becomes cruder. Stones are smaller, less precise. Alignments drift. The architectural language changes. Eventually, construction stops altogether. This decline does not look like exhaustion or invasion. It looks like confusion. This phenomenon raises an uncomfortable possibility. What if some ancient megastructures were initiated during a period when specialized knowledge was still intact, but abandoned after that knowledge began to degrade? In this view, the unfinished state is not the result of an external event, but of an internal unraveling. The builders started something they no longer fully knew how to finish. Knowledge erosion can happen quietly. It does not require catastrophe. If a small group of experts holds critical understanding, the loss of even a few individuals can destabilize an entire system. If that knowledge is not written down, or is encoded symbolically, it can vanish within a generation. The society may continue functioning, but at a reduced level of technical sophistication. Some ancient cultures placed advanced knowledge within priesthoods or elite lineages. This created continuity but also vulnerability. When those groups were disrupted by political change, disease, or internal conflict, the technical traditions they safeguarded could disappear. The megastructure would remain mid-construction, its original logic no longer accessible to those left behind. This interpretation becomes more compelling when we consider sites where later builders clearly tried to continue earlier work but failed to match its quality. They reused foundations, added rough extensions, or filled gaps with inferior materials. The intent to continue was there, but the method was missing. It is as if the blueprint existed only in memory, and that memory had faded. In some cases, inscriptions or symbolic carvings appear unfinished or abruptly simplified toward the end of construction. Early sections are rich with meaning, while later ones feel repetitive or hollow. This suggests that the symbolic system itself may have degraded alongside the technical one. The builders were repeating forms without fully understanding their original significance. This loss of coherence is deeply human. We see it even in modern times. Complex technologies become unusable when maintenance knowledge disappears. Systems fail not because they were impossible, but because they were too specialized to survive disruption. The difference is that modern societies can often recover. Ancient ones could not. There is also the possibility that some megastructures were built using techniques that relied on environmental conditions that later changed. Acoustic resonance, water flow, magnetic alignment, or material properties could have played roles we do not yet fully understand. If those conditions shifted, the builders may have found that their methods no longer worked as intended. The structure became unfinishable, not because it was too hard, but because the underlying assumptions no longer held true. This would explain why some projects were never resumed, even centuries later. The original conditions could not be recreated. Later civilizations might have admired the structure but lacked the contextual knowledge to engage with it meaningfully. The megastructure became an artifact of a lost system rather than a living project. What makes this idea especially haunting is that it suggests ancient civilizations may have experienced their own versions of technological decline. Not a complete collapse, but a narrowing of possibility. They may have known they were losing something, even if they could not articulate what it was. The unfinished megastructure becomes a marker of that realization. Emotionally, this interpretation reframes incompletion as grief. The builders did not simply stop because they chose to or were forced to. They stopped because they could not continue in the same way. The confidence that once guided their hands had faded. The stones remained, but the certainty did not. This also challenges the assumption that ancient knowledge always progressed linearly toward greater sophistication. History may be far more uneven. Peaks of understanding could rise and fall, leaving behind monuments that mark the high points. The unfinished nature of these structures may reflect the moment when the descent began. In some traditions, myths speak of golden ages followed by decline. These stories often describe ancestors who possessed greater knowledge, lived longer, or built wonders no longer possible. While often dismissed as metaphor, such myths may encode real experiences of cultural regression. Unfinished megastructures could be the physical evidence of that transition. There is a subtle but powerful sadness embedded in this idea. Imagine realizing that a project once within reach is no longer possible, not because of enemies or disasters, but because the understanding that made it possible has slipped away. The decision to stop building would not be dramatic. It would be quiet, heavy, and irreversible. Archaeologically, this kind of loss is difficult to prove. It leaves no destruction layer, no clear break. Only comparison reveals it, early precision versus later approximation. When seen across multiple sites and cultures, the pattern becomes harder to ignore. Some researchers have suggested that certain ancient techniques may have relied on empirical knowledge rather than theoretical understanding. Builders knew that something worked, but not why. When the chain of practice was broken, there was no theory to reconstruct it. The method was gone forever. This would explain why later civilizations, even with more advanced tools in some respects, could not replicate earlier achievements. They lacked the tacit knowledge, the embodied skill passed from hand to hand over generations. The unfinished megastructure becomes a monument to lost craftsmanship rather than lost ambition. This perspective also raises questions about how much ancient knowledge we assume must have been written down. Many societies relied heavily on oral transmission, ritual practice, and apprenticeship. These methods are resilient in stable conditions but fragile in times of change. When continuity breaks, knowledge evaporates. In this light, the unfinished state of these megastructures feels almost inevitable. They are not anomalies, but natural outcomes of complex systems encountering instability. The marvel is not that they were left unfinished, but that so much was completed before the break occurred. Standing before these sites, one might sense not mystery in the supernatural sense, but in the human one. The mystery of forgetting. The slow fading of understanding that once seemed permanent. The realization that even great civilizations can lose their way without falling apart entirely. This interpretation also mirrors modern anxieties. We live surrounded by technologies few individuals fully understand. Our systems depend on specialization, redundancy, and continuity. If those break down, how much of our knowledge would survive? What structures might we leave unfinished, not because we lacked power, but because we lost coherence? The ancient megastructures frozen mid-construction become warnings across time. They suggest that knowledge is as fragile as stone is durable. The stones remain, but the wisdom that shaped them can vanish. As the narrative moves forward, the unfinished monuments no longer feel like puzzles waiting to be solved, but testimonies waiting to be acknowledged. They speak of ambition, capability, and loss all at once. They tell us that ancient people were not only builders, but learners, experimenters, and inheritors of traditions they struggled to preserve. In the silence of these places, the question is no longer just how they were built, or why they were left incomplete. It becomes something deeper and more personal. What did they know that we no longer do? And how much of our own understanding might one day be reduced to foundations without endings, admired by future eyes that no longer grasp the logic that once made completion possible? The unfinished megastructure, in this sense, is not just a remnant of the past. It is a mirror held up to the present, reflecting the fragile continuity of knowledge and the quiet moments when humanity realizes it has reached the edge of what it remembers how to do. As the inquiry pushes further into uncomfortable territory, another possibility emerges that feels both speculative and strangely grounded when examined closely. Some unfinished ancient megastructures may have depended on systems of power or functionality that ceased to operate. In this interpretation, construction did not stop because builders lacked strength, resources, or motivation, but because the invisible forces that made the project viable were no longer accessible. Once those forces were gone, continuation became meaningless. Many ancient structures show evidence that they were more than passive monuments. Their placement, orientation, and internal design suggest interaction with natural phenomena such as sunlight, sound, water, magnetism, or celestial movement. In some cases, unfinished megastructures appear to be aligned with extraordinary precision, as if they were part of a larger operational system rather than standalone architecture. If that system failed or changed, the reason to continue building may have vanished. Consider sites where early construction phases demonstrate precise astronomical alignment, but later expansions never occur. The foundational geometry is exact, tuned to solstices, equinoxes, or stellar positions that would have been significant at the time. If those alignments drifted due to precession, climate change, or shifts in ritual calendars, the structure's original function could have been compromised. Completing it under altered conditions might have been pointless. There are also locations where unfinished megastructures seem designed to interact with water in complex ways. Channels, basins, and carved pathways suggest controlled flow, resonance, or pressure. If water sources dried up, flooded uncontrollably, or changed chemically, the system could fail. The stone remains would still stand, but the mechanism would be dead. Building more stone onto a non-functional system would offer no benefit. Sound is another intriguing element. Some ancient sites display remarkable acoustic properties, amplifying or shaping sound in ways that feel intentional. If a structure was meant to produce specific resonant effects, even small design deviations could ruin the outcome. Once builders realized the effect could no longer be achieved, they may have stopped rather than complete something that no longer worked as intended. This idea becomes more compelling when we recognize that ancient engineering often blurred the line between practical and sacred. Power was not always mechanical in the modern sense. It could be symbolic, ritual, or environmental. A structure that no longer worked spiritually would lose its justification, regardless of how much stone remained to be placed. In some cultures, functionality and meaning were inseparable. A temple that could not properly align with the heavens or channel sacred forces was not merely incomplete. It was invalid. Finishing it would not fix the underlying failure. It would only formalize it. There is also evidence that some megastructures were part of networks rather than isolated projects. Roads, sightlines, and alignments connect distant sites across landscapes. If one node failed, the entire network might lose coherence. Continuing construction at a single site would be futile if the broader system could no longer function as intended. This network perspective explains why some unfinished structures remain untouched for centuries. They were not abandoned in haste. They were simply no longer relevant. The system they belonged to had ended, and with it, the reason to continue. The unsettling implication here is that ancient civilizations may have understood forms of interaction with their environment that we do not fully recognize. Not supernatural powers, but subtle relationships with natural forces that modern science is only beginning to explore again. If those relationships were disrupted, the builders would know instantly. The structure would be rendered obsolete mid-construction. This also reframes the question of technological superiority. Advanced capability does not always mean brute force or mechanical complexity. It can mean sensitivity. The more finely tuned a system is, the more vulnerable it becomes to change. A slight shift in conditions can collapse the entire framework. Emotionally, this interpretation adds a sense of quiet disappointment to the stones. The builders were not defeated. They were disappointed. Something they expected to work did not. Rather than force a flawed outcome, they chose to stop. There are sites where construction halts appear to coincide with subtle environmental changes rather than dramatic disasters. Soil composition shifts. Vegetation patterns change. Water tables drop. These changes might not threaten survival, but they could undermine the delicate balance a megastructure depended on. In this context, incompletion becomes a form of honesty. The builders did not pretend success where there was failure. They left the structure as it was, acknowledging that its purpose could no longer be fulfilled. This perspective also helps explain why some unfinished megastructures were never repurposed. If the structure was designed around a specific interaction that no longer existed, adapting it for another use might have felt inappropriate or even dangerous. It would be like reusing a broken instrument without understanding what it once measured. There is also the possibility that certain megastructures were designed to be activated only under particular conditions. Seasonal cycles, celestial events, or environmental thresholds might have played roles. If those conditions changed permanently, the structure would remain dormant. Completing it would not change that dormancy. Ancient myths sometimes speak of gods withdrawing, powers fading, or sacred ages ending. While symbolic, these stories may echo real experiences of loss of functionality. The world changed, and with it, the tools designed to engage with it no longer worked. This interpretation casts ancient builders as observers rather than conquerors of nature. They responded to the environment rather than imposing upon it blindly. When the environment no longer responded in kind, they adapted by stopping. From a modern viewpoint, this feels strangely familiar. Technologies today become obsolete not because they cannot be built, but because the systems they depend on change. Infrastructure designed for one climate, one economy, or one energy source becomes useless under new conditions. Ancient megastructures may represent similar moments of obsolescence. The difference is that ancient societies often chose not to replace the old with the new immediately. They let things end. The unfinished structure marks that ending without apology. There is also a philosophical weight here. Completion implies permanence. Incompletion allows impermanence to be acknowledged. By stopping construction, ancient builders may have been accepting change rather than resisting it. Standing before these sites, one senses not chaos, but resolution. The work stopped because it had to. The reason may be lost, but the decision remains carved into stone. This view challenges the narrative that unfinished megastructures are puzzles waiting for modern minds to solve. Some may not be solvable in technical terms because their purpose was bound to conditions that no longer exist. Understanding them fully may require accepting that some ancient knowledge was context-dependent and not meant to survive unchanged. As the mystery unfolds, it becomes clear that unfinished megastructures are not simply about limitations. They are about relationships. Between humans and environment, belief and function, ambition and reality. When those relationships break, construction stops, not because people cannot continue, but because continuation no longer makes sense. In the end, these structures stand as quiet acknowledgments of change. They remind us that not all progress is linear, not all projects are meant to be finished, and not all failures are dramatic. Some endings arrive gently, when the world shifts just enough to make completion unnecessary. The stones remain, not as accusations of failure, but as records of a moment when ancient builders recognized that the conditions they depended on had passed. And in that recognition, they chose to stop, leaving behind one of the most enduring mysteries of human history, not what they could not finish, but what they knew had already ended. As the layers of explanation deepen, another perspective begins to emerge that is less about collapse or loss and more about transformation. Some unfinished ancient megastructures may not represent failure at all, but transition. They may mark moments when civilizations changed direction so profoundly that the original purpose of construction no longer aligned with who they were becoming. In this interpretation, the stones were not abandoned in despair, but left behind as society moved on. Civilizations are not static entities. They evolve in response to internal reflection as much as external pressure. Belief systems shift, social priorities realign, and what once felt essential can slowly become irrelevant. Monumental construction, especially on a massive scale, is a mirror of values. When those values change, the mirror cracks. The megastructure remains frozen in the moment when ambition no longer matched identity. There are sites where unfinished structures exist alongside evidence of cultural flourishing rather than decline. Art becomes more refined, trade expands, and new forms of expression appear. This suggests that energy and creativity did not disappear. They were redirected. The society chose different ways to define itself, leaving behind older visions that no longer resonated. In some cases, this shift appears tied to changes in cosmology. Early construction phases reflect a worldview obsessed with monumentality, alignment, and permanence. Later cultural expressions focus more on portability, symbolism, or internal spiritual practice. When belief moves inward, stone loses its authority. Completing a massive structure may feel unnecessary or even contradictory. This is especially evident in cultures that transitioned from centralized power to more distributed forms of governance. Megastructures often serve rulers, gods, or systems that demand visibility and dominance. When authority decentralizes, such displays can feel excessive. The unfinished structure becomes a relic of an old hierarchy rather than a goal worth pursuing. There is also the influence of generational change. Projects spanning decades or centuries depend on continuity of vision across time. If younger generations no longer feel emotionally connected to the original purpose, motivation fades. They may respect the past without feeling compelled to complete it. The structure becomes historical before it is finished. This kind of transition is subtle and leaves few obvious traces. There is no destruction layer, no evidence of panic. Life simply moves in another direction. The structure waits, untouched, as priorities shift elsewhere. Some ancient societies may have consciously chosen impermanence. Rather than locking meaning into stone, they embraced forms of expression that could adapt. Oral tradition, ritual performance, and symbolic art can evolve without requiring physical completion. In this worldview, a fixed monument might even feel restrictive. Unfinished megastructures in this context become markers of philosophical evolution. They show us the moment when a culture decided that stone was no longer the best way to speak to the future. The structure stands as a paused sentence, while the conversation continues elsewhere. This perspective also explains why some unfinished sites were left intact rather than dismantled. They were respected, not rejected. The builders did not regret them. They simply no longer needed them. The structure remained as a memory, a reference point, rather than an objective. Emotionally, this interpretation carries a sense of quiet maturity. It suggests that ancient civilizations were capable of letting go. They were not trapped by sunk cost or pride. They could recognize when an idea had run its course and move forward without needing to erase the past. There are parallels in modern history. Grand architectural projects are sometimes halted not because they are impossible, but because the world changes. Political systems collapse, ideologies fade, or public values shift. The unfinished structure becomes a time capsule of an earlier vision. In ancient contexts, such transitions may have been even more profound because belief and identity were deeply intertwined. A shift in worldview could render an entire architectural philosophy obsolete. Completing a structure rooted in the old worldview would feel like clinging to something already left behind. This also challenges the assumption that ancient people were obsessed with legacy in the way modern societies often are. They may have valued continuity of culture more than completion of monuments. Leaving something unfinished did not necessarily mean leaving a failure. It could mean honoring a moment without forcing it to persist beyond its relevance. In some cultures, cycles were more important than endpoints. The idea of completion may have been less significant than the idea of transition. An unfinished structure might symbolize a completed cycle rather than an incomplete task. There is something deeply human about this. We often imagine ancient builders as single-minded, driven relentlessly toward grand achievements. But this view reveals a more nuanced reality. They were capable of change, reflection, and redirection. They were not bound to stone. Standing before such a structure, one might sense not abandonment, but closure. The work stopped because it no longer needed to continue. The structure fulfilled its role by existing at all, even unfinished. This interpretation also reshapes how we view progress. Progress is not always about adding more, building higher, or finishing everything started. Sometimes it is about choosing a new path and allowing old ones to remain incomplete. There is a quiet confidence in that choice. It suggests a civilization secure enough to leave evidence of change behind, rather than rewriting its history to appear seamless. The unfinished megastructure, in this light, becomes a boundary marker between eras. It tells us where one vision ended and another began. It stands at the intersection of continuity and change. As modern observers, we are tempted to project our own discomfort with incompletion onto the past. We want explanations that fit narratives of failure, disaster, or mystery. But sometimes the simplest answer is that people changed their minds. That possibility can be harder to accept because it removes drama. It replaces catastrophe with choice. Yet it also restores agency to ancient civilizations. They were not always victims of circumstance. Sometimes they were authors of transition. This perspective invites us to listen differently to these sites. Instead of asking why they were abandoned, we might ask what replaced them. What new forms of meaning emerged? What paths were chosen instead? The answers may lie not in the stones themselves, but in the cultural expressions that followed. Smaller structures, portable art, or entirely different forms of social organization may hold the continuation of the story. In this sense, unfinished megastructures are not endings. They are punctuation marks. They pause the narrative so something else can begin. As we move deeper into the mystery, it becomes clear that incompletion is not a single phenomenon with a single cause. It is a spectrum of human experience, ranging from loss and interruption to intention and transformation. The stones do not speak in absolutes. They whisper possibilities. They ask us to consider that ancient civilizations were as complex, reflective, and adaptable as we are. In the end, the unfinished megastructure may be less about what was left undone and more about what was chosen next. It stands not as a monument to failure, but as evidence that humanity has always been capable of change, even when that change meant walking away from the grandest visions it had ever carved into stone. As the journey moves deeper into the shadows of ancient ambition, another explanation begins to surface, one that feels unsettling because it suggests awareness rather than accident. Some unfinished megastructures appear to have been stopped not because something went wrong, but because something was discovered. In this view, construction halted at the moment builders realized that continuing could lead to consequences they did not fully understand or could not control. There are sites where work ends precisely at structurally or symbolically sensitive points. Foundations are complete, alignments are perfected, and the next phase would have altered balance, pressure, or resonance in significant ways. The stopping point does not look random. It feels deliberate, almost cautious, as if someone recognized a threshold and chose not to cross it. Ancient builders were keen observers of cause and effect. They did not rely solely on theory but on experience accumulated across generations. If an early phase of construction produced unexpected results, strange environmental reactions, or unsettling effects on people, stopping may have been the safest response. Not everything that can be built should be built further. In some locations, unfinished megastructures coincide with signs of avoidance. Later cultures settled nearby but did not occupy the structure itself. They left it untouched, sometimes even feared. Oral traditions describe certain places as dangerous, unstable, or forbidden. While often dismissed as superstition, such traditions may preserve memory of something that went wrong during construction. This idea becomes more compelling when we consider how ancient societies understood risk. Without modern instrumentation, danger was interpreted through experience, symbolism, and pattern recognition. If a structure produced unexplained illness, psychological disturbance, or environmental imbalance, the conclusion would not be mechanical failure. It would be moral or cosmic imbalance. Continuing construction under those circumstances would be seen as reckless. There are also instances where unfinished megastructures show signs of internal modification followed by abandonment. Passages are sealed, access points blocked, or chambers intentionally filled in. These are not signs of collapse. They are signs of containment. Something inside was deemed better left inaccessible. The act of sealing rather than destroying is revealing. It suggests respect mixed with fear. The builders did not want to erase the structure, but neither did they want it fully operational. Incompleteness becomes a form of control. In some ancient belief systems, certain knowledge was considered dangerous if taken too far. Sacred texts speak of boundaries not meant to be crossed, of wisdom that brings harm when misused. If a megastructure was part of a process of accessing or amplifying such knowledge, stopping short may have been an ethical decision. This challenges the modern assumption that ancient people always pursued maximum achievement. Instead, it portrays them as cautious experimenters, aware that some discoveries carry responsibility. They may have reached a point where continuing felt wrong. There is also the possibility that these structures revealed unintended interactions with natural forces. Subtle changes in ground vibration, sound resonance, or magnetic response could have been detected empirically. Even without understanding the underlying physics, builders would recognize patterns. If those patterns felt threatening or destabilizing, stopping would be the rational choice. This perspective reframes incompletion as restraint. The builders exercised judgment rather than ambition. They recognized limits not imposed from outside, but discovered from within the project itself. Emotionally, this interpretation adds tension to the stones. The unfinished edges feel less like abandonment and more like hesitation. Something made them pause. Something made them reconsider. There are parallels in modern science. Experiments are halted when results suggest unforeseen risk. Projects are suspended when outcomes cannot be predicted safely. Ancient builders may have operated under similar instincts, guided by observation rather than formal theory. Some unfinished megastructures are positioned in ways that suggest they interacted with large-scale environmental systems. If early phases revealed destabilizing effects, continuing could threaten surrounding settlements. In such cases, stopping would be an act of protection rather than failure. The silence surrounding these decisions may be intentional. Knowledge of why something was stopped might have been restricted, passed only to a few, or deliberately forgotten. Leaving no written explanation would prevent future generations from attempting to complete what was never meant to be finished. This idea also explains why later cultures often treated these sites with reverence or fear rather than curiosity. They sensed that something about the place was not meant to be altered. The unfinished state became part of its identity. In this light, the megastructure is not incomplete. It is intentionally unresolved. Its power lies in what it does not reveal. This interpretation forces us to reconsider how we define advancement. Wisdom is not always about pushing forward. Sometimes it is about stopping at the right moment. There is a subtle maturity in that choice. It suggests that ancient civilizations were not blindly chasing power or permanence. They were capable of stepping back when consequences became unclear. Standing before such a sight, one might feel the presence of a decision rather than an absence of effort. The stones hold the memory of a moment when humans chose caution over ambition. This also resonates with broader ancient philosophies that emphasized harmony over dominance. Disrupting balance was considered dangerous, even immoral. A megastructure that threatened that balance would not be completed, no matter how impressive it could become. The unfinished nature of these structures may therefore be the most important feature. It preserves the warning encoded in the stone. Completion would erase that warning. As modern observers, we often approach these sites with the assumption that finishing them would have been an achievement. But perhaps the achievement was knowing when to stop. This interpretation also deepens the mystery rather than resolving it. We are left to wonder what exactly prompted that decision. What did they observe? What reactions did they experience? What line did they refuse to cross? The lack of answers is unsettling, but it may be intentional. The ancient builders may have understood that some knowledge should not be preserved in explicit form. Instead, they left behind a physical reminder of restraint. In this sense, unfinished megastructures become ethical monuments. They mark moments when power was checked by judgment, when ambition bowed to responsibility. This possibility challenges the narrative that ancient history is a story of ignorance waiting to be enlightened by modern science. Instead, it suggests that ancient people may have confronted risks we are only beginning to recognize again. The stones do not tell us what frightened them. They only tell us that something did. As we move forward, the question becomes less about technology and more about wisdom. Not what ancient builders could do, but what they chose not to do. In the quiet presence of these unfinished structures, we are left with an uncomfortable realization. Perhaps the greatest mystery is not how they built so much with so little, but how they knew when enough was enough. As the exploration reaches this stage, the unfinished megastructures begin to feel less like isolated puzzles and more like messages traveling through time, shaped not only by those who built them, but by those who encountered them later. Another crucial layer of the mystery lies in how subsequent civilizations reacted to these incomplete giants. Their responses reveal that incompletion itself may have altered the trajectory of history, shaping belief, behavior, and identity long after the original builders were gone. When later cultures encountered unfinished megastructures, they rarely treated them as abandoned construction sites. Instead, they approached them with awe, caution, and imagination. The sheer scale and precision of what had already been achieved made it impossible to dismiss these structures as failures. Something powerful had been intended here, something beyond ordinary human effort. The fact that it was left incomplete only intensified its mystique. In many regions, unfinished structures became sacred by default. Their incomplete state invited interpretation. Without a clear ending, people filled the gap with myth. Gods were said to have intervened. Giants were credited with the work. Celestial beings were blamed for halting construction. Incompleteness created space for stories, and those stories shaped how entire cultures understood their world. This process of myth-making is significant. It suggests that incompletion was not seen as weakness by later societies, but as evidence of forces beyond human control. A finished structure could be measured, categorized, and eventually normalized. An unfinished one resisted closure. It demanded explanation without providing one. Some later civilizations deliberately preserved unfinished megastructures rather than completing or dismantling them. This choice reveals a deep respect for the unknown. Completing the structure might have felt like trespassing into a domain reserved for ancestors or gods. Leaving it unfinished maintained a boundary between the present and a past that felt unreachable. In other cases, later cultures attempted to imitate the unfinished structures nearby, but at smaller scales. These imitations often lacked the precision and ambition of the originals, yet they carried symbolic weight. They were not attempts to finish what had been started, but to echo its presence. The original remained untouched, elevated beyond replication. This suggests that incompletion itself became part of the structure's identity. The unfinished state was not a flaw to be corrected, but a feature to be respected. The structure existed as a reference point, a reminder of something greater than the present moment. There are also examples where unfinished megastructures were incorporated into new cultural frameworks without being altered. Rituals were performed around them. Stories were attached to them. Calendars were aligned with their features. The structure became a stage rather than a script. Its incompletion allowed it to be reinterpreted repeatedly without being confined to a single meaning. This adaptability may explain why unfinished megastructures often remained relevant for thousands of years. A completed monument belongs to its builders. An unfinished one belongs to everyone who encounters it afterward. The psychological impact of incompletion should not be underestimated. Humans are drawn to unresolved narratives. A story without an ending invites participation. The mind keeps returning to it, searching for meaning. Unfinished megastructures operate on the same principle. They activate curiosity across generations. This raises a provocative possibility. What if some ancient builders understood this effect? What if they knew that leaving something unfinished would ensure its longevity in human memory? A completed structure might eventually be surpassed or forgotten. An unfinished one remains perpetually open, resisting final interpretation. Even if this was not a conscious intention, the result is the same. Incompleteness extended the life of these structures far beyond their original cultural context. They became anchors of mystery in the human imagination. There is also a power dynamic at play. Later civilizations, confronted with evidence of capabilities they could not match, often positioned themselves as inheritors rather than equals. The unfinished megastructure reinforced the idea that the past was greater, more advanced, or closer to divine knowledge. This shaped humility, reverence, and sometimes fear. In some traditions, these sites were deliberately avoided. People built around them but not on them. The unfinished stones marked forbidden ground. This avoidance preserved the structures almost by accident. Fear became conservation. In other cases, unfinished megastructures became symbols of lost golden ages. They inspired longing rather than caution. Poets, priests, and philosophers pointed to them as evidence that humanity had fallen from a higher state. This narrative of decline influenced how societies understood progress, morality, and destiny. What is striking is that few cultures attempted to complete these structures, even when they had the resources. This suggests an unspoken consensus that finishing them was inappropriate. The incompletion was respected across time, across belief systems, and across political boundaries. This collective restraint is remarkable. It implies that unfinished megastructures carried an authority independent of their creators. They commanded respect simply by existing. In this light, incompletion becomes a form of communication. The structure says, "This is as far as we went." It does not explain why. It leaves the reason open, forcing each generation to confront its own assumptions about limits, knowledge, and ambition. There is an emotional depth to this interaction. Standing before an unfinished megastructure, later peoples were not just seeing stone. They were encountering an unresolved past. That encounter shaped their sense of identity in relation to history. This ongoing dialogue between past and present transforms unfinished megastructures into active participants in human culture. They are not static ruins. They are questions made of stone. Modern archaeology often tries to close these questions by finding definitive answers. But perhaps the enduring power of these sites lies in their refusal to be closed. Their incompletion resists final explanation, preserving a space for wonder. This resistance may be their greatest achievement. In a world where so much history is flattened into timelines and conclusions, unfinished megastructures remain stubbornly open-ended. They challenge us to consider that not everything meaningful needs an ending. Some things endure precisely because they are unresolved. As the narrative moves forward, it becomes clear that unfinished megastructures did not simply survive time. They shaped it. They influenced how cultures understood the past, how they imagined the future, and how they positioned themselves between the two. The builders may be gone, but their decision, intentional or not, continues to ripple outward. Each generation that encounters these structures adds another layer of meaning without erasing the old ones. In this sense, unfinished megastructures are among the most successful cultural artifacts ever created. They transcend their original purpose and become mirrors reflecting the concerns of every era that looks at them. The mystery they embody is not just about ancient technology or lost knowledge. It is about how humans respond to uncertainty. Do we try to finish what we do not understand, or do we learn to live with the unknown? These structures suggest that ancient societies, and many that followed, chose the latter. They allowed the unknown to remain unknown. And in doing so, they ensured that the unfinished would never truly end. As we delve further into the depths of the unfinished, another intriguing possibility emerges, one that challenges our traditional understanding of architecture and the purpose of monumental constructions. The notion that some ancient megastructures were left incomplete not out of failure, but due to a conscious choice to cease, adds a complex layer of meaning to these structures. This raises a fundamental question: what if the builders knew something we do not? What if these unfinished monuments were never meant to be completed, and their incompleteness was part of a larger design, a message meant to transcend the boundaries of time? The very idea of incompletion as an intended state forces us to reconsider how ancient civilizations viewed their own projects and achievements. In many ways, these unfinished structures defy the linear progress that modern societies often impose on their historical narratives. Instead of seeing a grand project as something to be completed in one sweeping arc, we might consider the possibility that for ancient builders, the goal was never completion but the very act of creation itself, a process that could remain suspended in time, suspended in meaning. This perspective challenges the idea that ancient societies were always driven by a need for finished products. In fact, many ancient civilizations placed greater emphasis on the symbolic and ephemeral aspects of their monuments than on their physical completion. The unfinished status of a structure might indicate an acknowledgement of the impermanence of human endeavor. The stone might stand, but the vision behind it could remain fluid, ever-changing. In this sense, the incomplete nature of these structures is not a flaw but a reflection of a broader understanding of time, memory, and existence. This realization opens a new window into the world of unfinished ancient megastructures. The decision to leave them incomplete may not have been born from technical failure or external pressure. Rather, it could have been driven by an awareness that completing the structure would have been an affront to a deeper truth, the realization that no human endeavor, no matter how grand, could ever truly reach perfection or completeness. Instead of seeing incompletion as a loss, we might begin to view it as an intentional act of humility, a recognition that certain projects, no matter how well conceived, can only ever be part of a larger, never-ending process. Consider the possibility that these ancient builders were aware of the impermanence of their own civilizations. As they carved and shaped stone, as they aligned monuments with celestial bodies or forces of nature, they understood that their work would outlast them, but that it could never last forever. These structures were intended not to stand as monuments to human achievement, but as memorials to the very human condition, transient, incomplete, and forever in the process of becoming. In this light, these unfinished megastructures take on a philosophical significance. They are not simply artifacts of ancient engineering but meditations on the limits of human potential. By leaving their projects unfinished, these builders may have been making a statement about the limitations of knowledge and the nature of existence itself. Instead of completing a structure to its final form, they left it incomplete as a reminder that no knowledge or endeavor can ever be truly final. The symbolism of incompletion also mirrors the larger cultural attitudes of many ancient civilizations toward time and history. Many ancient cultures, particularly those with cyclical conceptions of time, understood history not as a straight line, but as a series of repeating cycles, constantly in flux. A monument that remained unfinished would fit naturally into this worldview, where the past is never fully done, and the future is always open to interpretation. In this sense, incompletion becomes a powerful symbol of the ongoing flow of time, an acknowledgement that the present moment is part of a much larger, ever-turning wheel. Moreover, the very act of leaving a monument unfinished creates a space for future generations to engage with the structure. Rather than building a structure to stand as a permanent testament to a single civilization, the incomplete monument becomes a space that invites interpretation, reimagination, and reinvention. Over time, these unfinished structures would have evolved in meaning as different generations of people encountered them, each seeing them through their own cultural and historical lens. The monument itself would be a dynamic, living thing, its meaning constantly shifting as it interacted with the beliefs and values of successive cultures. This fluidity of meaning is one of the most powerful aspects of unfinished megastructures. As cultures changed and evolved, the meaning of the structure would evolve with them. What might have been an unfinished temple to one civilization could become a symbol of power or a site of worship for another. The original builders may have never anticipated such reinterpretations, but in leaving the structure unfinished, they created a space for this process to unfold. What's more, the incompleteness of these megastructures may have symbolized something more than just the limitations of the builders. It could also have represented the limitations of the human condition itself. In many cultures, there is an underlying belief that the human experience is inherently imperfect, transient, and incomplete. Life itself is an unfinished project, and the structures we build are simply extensions of that larger, universal truth. In this sense, these monuments were never meant to be completed because they were always meant to reflect the inherent incompleteness of human existence. This raises another interesting point. The builders of these structures may not have viewed their work in the same way that we view our own creations today. Modern society often places immense pressure on individuals to complete projects, to finish what they start, and to leave behind a tangible, lasting legacy. But for the ancient builders of these unfinished megastructures, the act of creation itself may have been more important than the end result. The construction of the monument may have been a ritual, a spiritual practice, or an expression of belief, an act that, once begun, could be left open-ended as a way of honoring the process rather than the product. In this view, the incompletion of these megastructures becomes an expression of freedom rather than failure. It is a declaration that the journey, the process, and the exploration of human potential are more important than the destination. By leaving their monuments unfinished, the ancient builders allowed their structures to live beyond them, remaining as open-ended invitations for future generations to explore, reinterpret, and imbue with new meaning. Moreover, these unfinished monuments might have served as a metaphor for the very nature of existence. Just as the structure was left incomplete, so too were human lives understood to be fleeting and unfinished. The incompletion could represent the idea that human beings are always in the process of becoming, always striving, but never fully arriving. It suggests that the goal of life is not to reach an endpoint, but to engage with the ongoing process of living. This understanding of incompletion also holds a profound psychological significance. It acknowledges that there is something inherently beautiful and meaningful about the unfinished. In our modern world, we often view incompletion as something negative, something to be fixed, completed, or perfected. But the ancient builders of these structures may have viewed incompletion as a reflection of life itself, a process that never truly ends but is always in motion, always evolving. The incomplete megastructure, then, becomes not a symbol of failure but a symbol of possibility. It suggests that the potential for meaning, growth, and transformation is not bound by the need to finish. Instead, meaning can be found in the journey itself, in the act of creation, and in the space between the known and the unknown. In this sense, the unfinished structures become a celebration of human creativity and ambition, as well as a reminder that the process is just as important as the product. In conclusion, the unfinished megastructure is far more than just an architectural anomaly. It is a reflection of the deeper truths about human existence, our limitations, our striving, and our continual evolution. These monuments were not simply left incomplete because of failure, but because incompletion itself held a deeper meaning. They symbolize the ongoing process of creation, the acknowledgement that human potential is always unfolding, and the understanding that life, like these unfinished structures, is an ever-evolving journey, never fully realized but always worth exploring. As the story of unfinished megastructures unfolds, it becomes increasingly apparent that these sites hold more than just physical significance. They embody a deep connection between humanity, time, and the cosmos. In exploring the nature of these unfinished projects, it's crucial to understand that they are not merely relics of a bygone age. They are active symbols that transcend time, places, and cultures. What is most fascinating is how these structures, left incomplete, seem to embody timeless truths about human nature, ambition, and the search for meaning in the vast expanse of the unknown. To fully grasp the weight of these monumental constructions, one must first recognize that ancient civilizations were deeply connected to the natural world. Their projects often involved an intricate understanding of astronomy, geography, and the forces of nature, using complex measurements to align their structures with celestial bodies or natural phenomena. These builders weren't simply constructing buildings, they were creating living, breathing monuments that sought to reflect the divine order of the universe. The alignment of a structure with the stars, the sun, or the moon was a reflection of their belief that humanity was a small but integral part of a much larger cosmic order. And yet, many of these grand projects were never completed. Why? Was it simply the limitations of resources, time, or unexpected circumstances? Or was there something deeper at play? One theory suggests that the incompleteness of these structures was a result of a profound understanding of the limits of human control. These ancient cultures, with their deep spiritual and metaphysical connections to the world around them, may have believed that the act of creation itself was sacred. The process of building these enormous structures might have been seen not as a means to an end but as part of a ritualistic journey, a journey in which the end was not to be reached, or perhaps could never be reached. The structures themselves became reflections of the builder's belief in the eternal, in the impermanence of all things. A completed structure would represent a definitive end, a finality that no longer allowed room for growth or evolution. By leaving their works unfinished, the builders symbolically embraced the idea that all things, even the grandest achievements, were part of a never-ending cycle. The incompletion of the project might have been understood as a testament to this eternal cycle, a constant reminder of the transient nature of existence. This idea opens up a fascinating new way to view the purpose of these structures. It's no longer about finishing what was started. Instead, the act of leaving something incomplete becomes a powerful statement about the humility of the builders. They may have understood that perfection was an illusion, that to finish a project would be to impose human limits on something that was, by nature, limitless. These ancient civilizations may have left their grand works unfinished because they recognized that no matter how grand or intricate their vision, they could never fully capture the vastness of the universe, the depths of time, or the full extent of spiritual understanding. The unfinished structure, then, becomes a reflection of human effort in the face of the infinite. It stands as a symbol of the realization that no matter how hard we strive, there are always forces beyond our comprehension. The builders did not see incompletion as a failure, they saw it as a part of the journey. The process, the effort, the striving itself, was enough. The structure might never have been completed, but it existed in a state of potential, always growing, always changing, always in motion. Furthermore, the concept of incompletion may also be seen as a reflection of the builder's understanding of time itself. Many ancient cultures viewed time as cyclical rather than linear. The idea of a finite beginning and end was foreign to their worldview. Instead, they saw time as a repeating cycle of creation, destruction, and renewal. In this sense, the idea of completing a structure may have seemed almost anachronistic. To complete a megastructure would be to freeze it in time, to stop it from evolving and changing. But by leaving it unfinished, the builders allowed the structure to exist in a perpetual state of becoming. It was always a part of the cycle, always in motion, and always capable of transformation. This cyclical view of time would also explain why so many ancient structures were aligned with celestial bodies or natural events. These cultures did not build in isolation from the cosmos, they saw themselves as intrinsically linked to the universe. The movement of the stars, the phases of the moon, the changing of the seasons, all of these were not just physical phenomena, but spiritual ones. They were seen as signs of a larger cosmic order, one that governed not only the heavens but also the lives of people on Earth. The completion of a structure would have been seen as an attempt to impose human will on this cosmic order. But by leaving the structure unfinished, the builders might have been signaling their respect for the forces of nature. They were acknowledging that they were merely participants in a grand, never-ending process, rather than masters of it. Interestingly, the idea of incompletion also mirrors the philosophical and spiritual beliefs of many ancient cultures. Many believed that human life itself was inherently incomplete, that each person's journey was a constant search for meaning, understanding, and self-realization. Just as the individual's path was never fully realized, so too were these monuments left in a state of perpetual becoming. The act of building, like the act of living, was a process that could never be fully realized or completed. The incompletion of the structure, therefore, becomes a metaphor for the human condition, a recognition that we are always striving, always reaching, but never fully arriving. In some cases, the unfinished nature of these structures might have even held a sacred significance. By leaving a project incomplete, the builders might have been acknowledging the role of the divine in their work. The incompletion could represent the idea that the gods, or some higher force, had a hand in the creation of the structure. Perhaps the work was interrupted by divine intervention, or perhaps the builders believed that the gods would one day return to complete the task. In this sense, the structure was not left unfinished by human choice alone. It was part of a larger cosmic plan, a divine design that was beyond human comprehension. The unfinished structure, therefore, would have become a symbol of divine mystery, a sacred space that was meant to be filled with spiritual significance rather than earthly completion. This perspective adds a rich layer of meaning to these unfinished monuments. They are no longer just architectural anomalies or engineering puzzles. They are symbols of a deeper spiritual truth, a reminder that there are limits to human understanding, that there are mysteries beyond the reach of even the most advanced civilizations. And in acknowledging these limits, the builders created a lasting legacy, not in the form of a completed structure, but in the form of a question. The unfinished monument stands as an invitation to future generations to continue the search for meaning, to explore the mysteries of the universe, and to recognize that the journey, not the destination, is what truly matters. In this way, the incompletion of these megastructures becomes a profound statement about human existence. It speaks to the desire for meaning, the quest for understanding, and the recognition that no matter how much we learn or accomplish, there will always be more to discover. These structures, left unfinished, stand as lasting reminders that the search for knowledge and spiritual truth is a journey without end, one that transcends time and space. In the end, the mystery of the unfinished megastructure is not about what was lost or abandoned. It is about what was left behind, a symbol of the infinite, a reflection of humanity's humble place in the cosmos, and an invitation to continue the search for understanding. These structures, incomplete though they may be, continue to speak to us across the ages, reminding us that the most profound mysteries of all are those that remain unresolved, those that leave room for growth, exploration, and discovery. As the focus turns toward the enduring enigma of ancient megastructures left unfinished, it becomes increasingly clear that these sites may carry with them layers of meaning that extend far beyond the architectural realm. What was once assumed to be mere architectural folly or a product of resource scarcity now seems to suggest something deeper, something profoundly connected to ancient human understanding of space, time, and the very essence of existence. These unfinished monuments, though physically incomplete, represent a kind of spiritual or philosophical completeness that reaches into the heart of human consciousness and the mysteries of our past. At the core of this realization is a shift in perspective. The idea that these structures were left unfinished because of a technical or logistical failure may be simplistic, reducing complex cultures to mere builders struggling with stone or labor. Instead, we must entertain the possibility that these structures were never meant to be completed in the first place. The question, then, is not why were they left unfinished, but rather, what do these unfinished monuments signify? One of the most compelling answers to this question involves the idea that the incompletion of these structures was not an accidental oversight but a deliberate, deeply symbolic act. In many ancient cultures, there existed a profound understanding of the ephemeral nature of life. The concept of impermanence was a core part of their worldview. Many believed that nothing in the material world could ever be truly permanent or perfect. This understanding of the fragility of life may have influenced their approach to monumental construction. By leaving their great works unfinished, they may have been acknowledging the impermanence of all things, including their greatest achievements. In doing so, they created structures that existed outside of time, that would never be confined to a singular point of completion. In this view, the incompletion of these structures becomes a form of timelessness. They are not bound by the limitations of construction timelines or the limitations of a particular era. Instead, they exist in an eternal state, a state where they are always becoming, always evolving. They are symbols not of human achievement, but of human humility, recognizing that we, as a species, can only play a small part in the larger cosmic narrative. Our constructions, no matter how grand, are temporary, and the world around us is constantly shifting. These structures stand as a reminder that while we may shape the land, we are still shaped by the forces of nature and the inexorable march of time. Moreover, the notion that incompletion was part of a larger spiritual or philosophical framework is supported by the fact that many of these unfinished structures seem to have been designed with celestial or cosmic alignments in mind. Whether aligning with the sun, moon, or specific constellations, the designs suggest that these monuments were meant to serve as conduits between the earthly and the divine. The builders may have seen their work as part of a larger cosmic plan, where their role was to channel divine energy or align with celestial events. To complete the structure might have been seen as interfering with the natural flow of the universe, attempting to impose human will on a system that was far greater than human comprehension. In this context, the incompletion of these structures becomes a form of reverence for the divine order. The builders left their work unfinished because they understood that there are forces beyond their control, forces that must be respected rather than conquered. It is possible that these builders, with their deep understanding of the cosmos, recognized the limitations of human knowledge. They may have understood that no matter how advanced their technology, they could never fully capture the forces that governed the universe. In leaving these structures incomplete, they may have been making a powerful statement about the limits of human endeavor. The work was never meant to be finished because the process of creation itself was more important than the end result. The builders were not striving for a completed monument but for a greater understanding of the natural and divine forces that shaped their world. The unfinished structure, therefore, becomes a testament to the pursuit of knowledge, rather than the acquisition of finality. This idea of incompletion also ties into the concept of cyclical time, which was central to many ancient belief systems. In contrast to the linear view of time that dominates much of Western thought, many ancient cultures understood time as a repeating, cyclical force. They believed that the past, present, and future were interconnected, with events constantly recurring in an endless loop. From this perspective, the act of completing a monument could be seen as an attempt to freeze time, to fix something in place, to give it a finality that contradicts the natural flow of the universe. By leaving their structures unfinished, the builders may have been acknowledging the cyclical nature of existence. The incompletion becomes a reflection of the ongoing, ever-repeating cycles of life, death, and rebirth. The structure was never meant to be completed because it was always meant to evolve with time, to become part of the eternal cycle of existence. In addition to these philosophical and spiritual considerations, the incompletion of these structures may also reflect the cultural and social values of the civilizations that created them. In many ancient societies, monumental construction was not just about creating a building or a monument, it was about creating a connection between the people and the divine. These structures were not simply physical spaces, they were sacred spaces that were meant to be imbued with spiritual power. The builders, therefore, may have understood that their work was never truly theirs to finish. They were simply the intermediaries, the tools through which the divine would act. By leaving their monuments unfinished, they may have been acknowledging that the completion of the structure was beyond their control. The divine would complete it when the time was right, and until then, the incompletion was a reminder that the builders were part of something much larger than themselves. The symbolism of incompletion extends beyond the spiritual and philosophical. It can also be seen as a practical response to the unpredictable nature of the world. Ancient builders often worked in environments that were subject to environmental changes, social upheaval, and unforeseen circumstances. A project that was once feasible might have become impossible due to shifts in political power, the depletion of resources, or natural disasters. The incompletion of a structure could, therefore, be a reflection of these realities, an acknowledgement that even the greatest human efforts are vulnerable to forces outside our control. In this sense, the unfinished monument becomes a symbol of resilience, a testament to the builder's ability to adapt to changing circumstances. It may not have been completed in the way the builders had originally envisioned, but it still stood as a powerful symbol of their determination and their ability to withstand the challenges of their world. Furthermore, the incompletion of these structures may have been part of a broader cultural tradition of leaving things open-ended. Many ancient cultures believed that the unfinished was sacred, that something left incomplete held a unique power. In some cases, the builders may have left certain aspects of the structure unfinished to invite divine intervention or to allow for the continuation of sacred rituals. The incompletion was not a mark of failure but a deliberate choice to leave space for the unknown. It was an acknowledgement that some things were not meant to be fully understood, that the mysteries of the universe were not meant to be unraveled by human hands. In some ways, the incompletion of these structures becomes a dialogue between the builders and future generations. By leaving their monuments unfinished, the builders created a space for interpretation, for reimagining, and for reinvention. The incomplete structure becomes a canvas, a blank space where meaning can be projected and reinterpreted over time. Each generation that encounters the unfinished monument adds its own layer of understanding, its own vision, and its own story. The monument, therefore, becomes a living entity, constantly evolving in its meaning and significance. In conclusion, the unfinished megastructures are not simply incomplete buildings, they are profound symbols of the human experience. They represent a deep understanding of the limitations of human endeavor, the impermanence of all things, and the infinite nature of the cosmos. The decision to leave these structures unfinished was not a failure but a deliberate choice to acknowledge the forces beyond human control. They are reminders that no matter how much we strive, we are always part of a larger, ever-changing process. These monuments stand as symbols of humility, resilience, and the endless quest for meaning. Through their incompletion, they invite us to reflect on our own place in the world and our own relationship with the unknown. The unfinished megastructures are, in the end, not just physical remnants of ancient civilizations, but living, breathing testaments to the mysteries that still surround us today. As we continue to explore the mystery of unfinished megastructures, the story deepens into one that blends elements of science and myth and profound human insight. These structures, though in various states of incompletion, often seem to stand as defiant symbols of a lost knowledge, a knowledge that even today remains elusive to modern researchers and archaeologists. The more we examine them, the more we realize that the answer to why they were left unfinished is not a simple one. In fact, these structures may represent a deeper connection to humanity's quest for understanding the universe, one that transcends material and technological achievement. The very idea of an unfinished megastructure challenges our conventional view of progress and achievement. In modern times, we are taught that to succeed means to finish what we start, to complete a task, a goal, or a project. In the ancient world, however, the concept of completion might have held a different meaning, one that was less focused on the tangible, physical completion of a structure and more concerned with the symbolic, spiritual, and cyclical nature of human existence. The builders of these monumental structures might have known something that we, in our modern obsession with completion, have forgotten, that the journey itself, the process of creating, is just as important as the destination, if not more so. In many ancient cultures, the act of construction was never just about building a physical structure. It was often seen as a spiritual or cosmic endeavor, one that connected the builders to the gods, to the earth, and to the heavens. The creation of these megastructures was not merely about the accumulation of wealth or the exercise of power, it was about aligning the physical with the spiritual, the earthly with the celestial. By leaving their structures unfinished, the builders might have been signaling that they understood the limitations of human endeavor and that the completion of such structures was never fully within their control. Perhaps they recognized that no human hand could ever perfectly replicate the forces of the divine, and therefore, the structures were left open-ended, unfinished, and always evolving. The incompletion of these structures, in this sense, becomes an expression of the humility and reverence that the ancient builders felt toward the natural world and the cosmos. These monuments were not meant to be fixed, permanent structures that could be completed by mere human hands. They were representations of something far greater than any one civilization could ever achieve. The unfinished quality of these structures might, therefore, be seen as a deliberate reflection of the impermanence of all things, a reminder that no matter how grand a creation might be, it will always be incomplete, always subject to the whims of time and nature. One of the most profound implications of these unfinished structures is that they seem to suggest that completion is not always the goal, and perhaps even that completion is an illusion. The idea that the builders may have consciously left their structures incomplete forces us to reconsider our understanding of achievement and success. For us, a finished product is a symbol of hard work, of human ingenuity, and of mastery over nature. But for the ancient builders of these monumental sites, the act of creation itself may have been seen as the goal, rather than the product. The unfinished state of the structures becomes a symbol of their understanding that no human endeavor can ever truly be complete, whether it's a building, a life, or a society. Everything is in flux, always changing, and nothing is ever final. This notion that incompletion is not a flaw but rather a reflection of a deeper truth is echoed in many ancient philosophical traditions. In the Taoist tradition, for example, there is a belief that the greatest achievement is not in bringing something to completion, but in allowing things to flow and change naturally, without interference. The unfinished megastructures could, in this context, be seen as manifestations of this principle, structures that were built not to be completed, but to exist in harmony with the natural, cosmic order. They were never meant to be frozen in time, but rather to evolve alongside the forces that shaped them. The idea of incompletion also ties in with the concept of cyclical time, which was prevalent in many ancient cultures. For societies that viewed time as a repeating cycle, the idea of finishing something and then moving on to something else was unnatural. Time was not a straight line but a circle, constantly renewing itself. By leaving their monumental structures unfinished, the ancient builders may have been reflecting this cyclical view of time. The project was never meant to have a definitive end. Instead, it was part of an ongoing process, a never-ending cycle of creation, destruction, and rebirth. Just as time itself does not have a clear beginning or end, neither did the structures they created. They existed in a state of perpetual flux, constantly evolving and changing in response to the forces of the universe. In this sense, the unfinished megastructures might also be seen as metaphors for the human condition itself. Human life is, after all, an unfinished project. We are all works in progress, constantly striving to understand ourselves and our place in the universe. The ancient builders of these structures may have recognized this fundamental truth and, in leaving their monuments unfinished, they may have been symbolizing the very nature of human existence. Life is a journey, not a destination, and no matter how much we accomplish, there will always be more to learn, more to experience, and more to create. There is also a psychological aspect to the concept of incompletion that cannot be ignored. Humans are naturally drawn to the unknown, to the unfinished, and to the mysteries that lie just beyond our reach. Unfinished structures evoke a sense of curiosity, a desire to understand what was intended, what went wrong, and what could have been. This sense of mystery is a powerful force that drives exploration, discovery, and creativity. The fact that these ancient megastructures remain unfinished adds to their allure and their significance. They are not just buildings, they are symbols of the unknown, of possibilities that have yet to be realized. The incompletion becomes a call to action, urging us to look deeper, to search for meaning, and to connect with the mysteries of the past. The unfinished nature of these structures also allows for a more fluid interpretation of history. When a monument is completed, it becomes a fixed point in time, a symbol of a particular moment or achievement. But an unfinished structure is open-ended, leaving room for reinterpretation and reimagining. Different cultures, different generations, and different individuals can approach these structures with their own ideas, their own interpretations, and their own beliefs. The meaning of the structure is never fixed, but always in flux, constantly evolving as it interacts with the people who encounter it. This fluidity of meaning is what allows these monuments to transcend their original context and remain relevant across millennia. In many ways, the unfinished megastructures become a mirror for human history itself. Just as these structures were never truly finished, so too is our understanding of the past always incomplete. History is not a straight line, but a complex, ever-evolving story that is shaped by the people who tell it. The incompletion of these structures serves as a reminder that history is not something that can be fully understood or neatly packaged. It is a living, breathing entity, one that is constantly being rewritten, reinterpreted, and reimagined. The unfinished megastructures, in their ambiguity, invite us to engage with the past in a way that is not about finding definitive answers, but about exploring the possibilities and the mysteries that lie beneath the surface. In conclusion, the unfinished megastructures of the ancient world are not just physical remnants of a lost past, they are powerful symbols of the human experience. They represent the deep, timeless connection between humanity, the cosmos, and the forces that shape our world. These structures, in their incompleteness, challenge our notions of success, progress, and achievement. They force us to reconsider our relationship with time, with the divine, and with the mysteries of the universe. And perhaps most importantly, they remind us that the journey itself, the act of creation, the search for meaning, the quest for understanding, is just as important as the destination, if not more so. Through their incompletion, these ancient structures invite us to embrace the unknown, to question what we think we know, and to continue the search for answers that will never truly come. And in doing so, they become timeless symbols of humanity's eternal quest for meaning in an ever-changing world. As we move deeper into the labyrinth of unfinished megastructures, we are confronted with a theme that recurs again and again throughout history, an unspoken tension between human ambition and the natural limitations of our existence. These unfinished monuments, scattered across ancient civilizations, stand not merely as incomplete physical structures but as poignant symbols of something far more profound, the unyielding force of nature, the elusive nature of human achievement, and the ultimate unknowability of the universe. These megastructures are, in many ways, architectural testaments to a deeper understanding that the physical world, despite our best efforts, can never be fully controlled, and that the quest for completion is often an unattainable goal. When we examine these unfinished monuments, we are not merely looking at ruins. We are looking at paradoxes, structures that were intended to be grand and awe-inspiring, but which, in their incompletion, achieve an entirely different sort of majesty. These megastructures were often built with the highest levels of craftsmanship and ingenuity, designed to reflect the highest ideals of the civilizations that created them. Yet, despite the most advanced knowledge available at the time, they remain unfinished, left half-formed as if frozen in a moment of eternal striving. One of the key aspects of these structures is their scale. Megastructures are not small, inconsequential buildings. They are vast, monumental undertakings that demand resources, time, and collective effort on an unprecedented scale. These are not just temples, palaces, or burial sites, they are attempts to harness the very forces of nature, to shape the world around them into a reflection of the divine or cosmic order. When these great projects are left unfinished, they serve as a stark reminder of the limits of human power. No matter how much effort is expended, no matter how great the ambition, there are forces at work, be it the passage of time, the unpredictability of the natural world, or the inevitable shifts in culture and society that cannot be controlled. Consider, for instance, the ancient Egyptian pyramids. Though many are considered completed, there are some, especially lesser-known, partially constructed pyramids that suggest a different kind of story. The Great Pyramid of Giza, despite its awe-inspiring completion, has always sparked speculation about whether its construction was truly finished as intended. There are subtle clues, such as the unevenness of the stones, that suggest it may have been a work in progress, a grand plan that was never fully realized. Similarly, the unfinished Pyramid of Khentkos, with its truncated structure, raises the question of why it was left incomplete. Was it a technical failure, a lack of resources, or something else entirely? Theories abound, but one potential answer lies in the belief that the unfinished nature of these pyramids may have been intentional, a reflection of the Egyptians' understanding of the impermanence of all things. Perhaps they believed that the pursuit of perfection was futile and that the process itself, rather than the end result, held more spiritual significance. In fact, the concept of incompletion may have been inherent to the very philosophy of some of these ancient cultures. The ancient Egyptians, like many other civilizations, viewed life as a journey rather than a destination. In their view, the world was in a constant state of flux, and so too was the human soul. The idea of completion, of achieving a final state of perfection, was not in alignment with their worldview. Instead, they may have seen incompletion as a reflection of the eternal nature of existence, where nothing is ever truly finished, and everything is part of a never-ending cycle of life, death, and rebirth. By leaving these grand structures incomplete, the builders might have been acknowledging the ongoing nature of the universe itself. It was not about completing the task at hand, but about contributing to a larger, ongoing process that extended far beyond the individual. This cyclical view of time and existence is not unique to the Egyptians. Many ancient cultures shared this belief in the perpetual, unending nature of the cosmos. The Mayans, for example, constructed towering pyramids and temples, many of which were left in various stages of incompletion. The unfinished Pyramid of El Castillo at Chichen Itza stands as a monument to the cyclical nature of time. It was not built to last forever but to function as a tool in the continuous movement of time, marking the solstices and guiding the passage of the sun. By leaving the structure incomplete, the Mayans may have been signaling that their civilization, too, was in a state of constant flux, just as the stars and planets moved in their endless cycles. Their belief in cyclical time suggests that the act of building was just one part of a much larger process, a process that could never be fully completed because the very nature of existence was always in motion. This idea of incompletion also extends to other ancient cultures that built massive structures with grand designs but left them unfinished. The Inca civilization, for example, built vast stone cities such as Machu Picchu, yet much of their work was left incomplete. Some of the stone blocks in Machu Picchu appear to have been partially carved, as though the work had been interrupted. The Inca, too, had a cyclical view of time and believed in the constant renewal of the world. Their unfinished structures may have been an expression of this belief, a reminder that the earth and the heavens were in a perpetual state of change. The Inca didn't view their monumental buildings as final products, but as part of an ongoing process that was intricately linked to the rhythms of nature. The symbolism of incompletion goes even deeper when we consider the religious or spiritual significance of these unfinished megastructures. Many of these ancient monuments were built with the express purpose of connecting humanity to the divine, whether that meant aligning a structure with celestial bodies or constructing temples that served as gateways to the gods. The act of leaving a monument unfinished could be seen as a way of allowing the divine to continue its work. The unfinished structure would, in a sense, become a living, breathing entity, ever-evolving and never fully realized. This idea ties in with the belief that the gods, or some higher power, were not finished with their work on earth. The incompletion of the monument was not seen as a failure, but as a divine message, one that suggested that the process of creation, of spiritual evolution, was still ongoing. It is also worth considering the practical reasons for incompletion, particularly in societies that experienced political turmoil, invasions, or shifts in power. The construction of these monumental structures often spanned many generations and required vast resources. Changes in leadership, societal upheaval, or the depletion of resources could halt construction abruptly. The unfinished pyramids of Egypt, the incomplete temples of Angkor Wat, and the abandoned cities of the Anasazi serve as poignant reminders that even the grandest plans can be derailed by external forces. But this interruption was not necessarily seen as a tragedy. In many ways, it was an acknowledgement that human efforts are always subject to the forces of nature, politics, and history. Just as individuals come and go, so too do the civilizations that build such monuments. The incompletion of these structures serves as a reminder that human history is not linear or definitive, but a series of cycles, each beginning, evolving, and eventually fading away. Beyond the material and spiritual aspects, there is a profound psychological element to the unfinished megastructures. As human beings, we are naturally drawn to the unknown, the mysterious, and the incomplete. An unfinished structure is an invitation to engage, to question, to explore. It leaves us with a sense of wonder, a sense that something is missing, something that we are meant to uncover. This creates a tension, a longing to understand what was intended, what was left behind, and what was never realized. The unfinished structure becomes a puzzle, and we are compelled to solve it. The fact that these structures have survived for centuries, long after their builders are gone, only deepens the mystery and the allure. They have become artifacts not only of their time but of our time as well, speaking to us across the ages with an intensity that draws us in, urging us to continue searching for answers. In conclusion, the unfinished megastructures of the ancient world are far more than just physical remnants of past civilizations. They are profound symbols of the complexities of human existence, the limitations of human endeavor, and the infinite nature of the universe. These structures challenge our conventional ideas of achievement and completion, reminding us that life, like these monuments, is an ongoing process, never fully realized, always in a state of becoming. The unfinished structures invite us to reflect on our own place in the grand scheme of things and to recognize that we, too, are part of an eternal cycle that transcends time and space. The mysteries they hold are not meant to be solved, but to be contemplated, reminding us that the journey is as important as the destination and that the unfinished, in its own way, is perfect. The world of ancient megastructures, especially those left unfinished, is one filled with paradoxes that continue to fascinate and puzzle historians, archaeologists, and scientists alike. These awe-inspiring structures, often colossal in scale, were crafted with remarkable precision and engineering prowess, yet many of them were abandoned before their completion. The mystery surrounding these incomplete monuments forces us to challenge not only our understanding of ancient civilizations but also our notions of what it means to build, to create, and to leave a legacy behind. These structures, though physically incomplete, often seem to speak volumes about the societies that constructed them, their beliefs, and their relationship with the world around them. At first glance, the sight of an unfinished structure might seem like a failure, a project that was left incomplete due to lack of resources, political turmoil, or other practical concerns. But as we dig deeper, we begin to realize that these structures may have been intentionally left unfinished, serving as symbols of a larger philosophical or spiritual message. In ancient times, the act of building was not merely a mechanical task, it was often imbued with profound significance. The builders of these monumental structures, whether they were pyramids in Egypt, temples in Cambodia, or megalithic circles in Europe, often sought to align their constructions with the cosmos. These buildings were not just physical spaces, they were designed to connect the human world with the divine, to reflect the eternal order of the universe. The incompletion of these megastructures, therefore, could be seen as a deliberate statement, a reflection of the builders' understanding of the limits of human power and the ever-changing nature of the world around them. In many ancient cultures, the concept of incompletion was not viewed negatively. In fact, it was often seen as a necessary part of the cycle of creation and destruction. Time was not seen as linear, as it is in modern Western thought, but as cyclical. The universe itself was believed to be in a constant state of flux, with life, death, and rebirth occurring in a never-ending cycle. The builders of these structures may have understood that to complete a monument, to make it fully finished, would be to freeze it in time, to deny it the potential for further growth and transformation. In leaving their works unfinished, they may have been symbolically acknowledging the eternal process of becoming, rather than the finality of completion. The structures, in their incomplete state, became representations of the dynamic nature of existence, a reminder that everything is in a constant state of flux and evolution. This understanding of incompletion can also be found in the religious and spiritual beliefs of ancient civilizations. In many traditions, the unfinished or incomplete was seen as sacred. The act of creation was not about achieving perfection but about engaging in an ongoing process that mirrored the cycles of the natural world. The ancient Egyptians, for example, built their pyramids not as final resting places, but as part of a larger cosmic order that reflected the eternal journey of the soul. The pyramid was not meant to be a completed structure, it was a symbol of the journey towards spiritual enlightenment, an ongoing process that would continue long after the physical construction had ceased. By leaving these structures unfinished, the builders may have been signaling that the spiritual journey was never truly complete, that the process of transformation, both on an individual and a cosmic level, was always in motion. Similarly, in cultures such as the Maya and the Inca, where astronomical alignments played a significant role in the construction of monumental architecture, the incompletion of a structure could be seen as part of a larger, ongoing process of cosmic alignment. The movement of the stars, the rising and setting of the sun, and the phases of the moon were all part of an intricate dance that governed the lives of these ancient peoples. To complete a structure fully would have been to impose a static understanding of the cosmos, one that denied the dynamic, ever-changing nature of the universe. The incompletion of these structures may have been a way of acknowledging that the alignment with the heavens was an ongoing process, one that could never be fully realized, but was always striving toward greater understanding and harmony. In addition to these spiritual considerations, the act of leaving a monument unfinished could also be seen as a reflection of the builder's recognition of their own limitations. Ancient civilizations, for all their achievements in architecture, mathematics, and engineering, were keenly aware of the forces that lay beyond their control. Natural disasters, political instability, and the loss of resources were all factors that could interrupt even the most well-laid plans. By leaving their structures incomplete, the builders may have been acknowledging that no matter how grand their vision, there were forces that could not be predicted or controlled. The incompletion of these structures, therefore, becomes a symbol of human humility, a recognition that we are but small players in a vast, unpredictable universe. This idea of incompletion as a symbol of humility is particularly evident when we examine the scale and complexity of these unfinished structures. Many of these monuments were not just large, they were vast in scope, requiring immense amounts of labor, resources, and time. The sheer scale of the effort involved in their construction suggests that these structures were meant to embody something much larger than the individual. They were meant to reflect the collective power and ambition of entire civilizations. And yet, despite the grand scale of these undertakings, they were left unfinished. This incompletion serves as a reminder that even the greatest human efforts are ultimately subject to the forces of nature and the passage of time. No matter how hard we strive, no matter how high we reach, we are always limited by forces beyond our understanding. In this context, the incompletion of these structures can also be seen as a form of resistance to the tyranny of completion. In our modern world, completion is often seen as the ultimate goal, whether it's completing a project at work, finishing a work of art, or achieving personal success. There is a cultural belief that once something is completed, it is done, it is finished, and it no longer holds the same potential for growth. But in the world of these ancient civilizations, incompletion was not a failure, it was a form of liberation. By leaving their monumental structures unfinished, the builders may have been resisting the idea that everything must have an end. They may have been saying that true creativity, true spiritual growth, and true understanding are always in process, never fully realized, and always open to new interpretations. The incompletion of these structures, in this sense, becomes a powerful statement of freedom, a rejection of the idea that everything must be completed or perfected in order to be meaningful. This idea is further reinforced by the fact that many of these unfinished megastructures have survived for centuries, even millennia, without being completed. In a world where everything is constantly changing, where civilizations rise and fall, these structures stand as monuments to the enduring nature of human creativity and ambition. Their incompletion has not diminished their significance, in fact, it has only added to their allure. The unfinished structure becomes a symbol of resilience, of the ability to withstand the ravages of time and still retain meaning and power. The fact that these structures have endured, even in their unfinished state, suggests that they were not simply meant to be completed and forgotten. They were meant to exist in perpetuity, always open to reinterpretation and reimagining, always inviting new generations to explore their mysteries and unlock their secrets. The unfinished nature of these structures also speaks to the enduring human desire for meaning and connection. These monumental buildings were not just physical spaces, they were sacred places, designed to connect the earthly and the divine. The builders may have seen their work as part of a larger, cosmic plan, one that was not meant to be completed by human hands. The incompletion of these structures, therefore, becomes a reflection of the idea that some things are beyond our comprehension, beyond our ability to control or complete. These structures invite us to recognize that there is always more to discover, more to learn, and more to explore. They remind us that the quest for knowledge and understanding is never truly finished, and that the search for meaning is a journey that continues long after we have reached what we thought was the final destination. In conclusion, the unfinished megastructures of the ancient world are not just remnants of a lost past, they are symbols of the ongoing human quest for meaning, understanding, and connection with the universe. These structures challenge our conventional ideas of completion, achievement, and success. They force us to confront the limitations of human power and to recognize that no matter how much we accomplish, we are always part of a larger, ever-evolving process. The incompletion of these structures becomes a profound statement about the nature of existence itself, that life, like these monuments, is always in a state of becoming, never fully realized, but always striving towards something greater. Through their incompletion, these ancient structures invite us to embrace the unknown, to question our assumptions, and to continue the search for answers that may never come. And in doing so, they become timeless symbols of the human spirit, resilient, ever curious, and ever reaching toward the infinite.